Long time no see, chat. Yeah, it's really been so long since I've been on here. Good morning, or good evening, technically. But yes, good morning. The Slow Panda, Wolfstar Convoy, Robert, Catherine, Wolfstar again. I'm just looking at it in order. Anime and songs, Andrew. And yeah, that's as far as it's letting me go down. If anybody else said something, I'm sorry. Let me check my other window. Enticor? I think it's Enticor. Also, good morning. And Curtis. Yes, that's everybody. Everybody that commented. I am not going to be that guy who says... Or, I'm not going to be the guy who comments on people that are just lurking. Not going to call them out. Alright, new year, new panda. And new year, still always running late with my introductions. 1 more minute. We'll get started in 20 seconds once I realize how things work. Alright, we got 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Welcome back, everybody. Dirk the Panda with some tennis ace. I'm a bit different. So, yes, I decided to give myself a little revamp. I still will be a red panda. I'll just be switching back and forth now between this form and red panda form. That's why I changed the name to just Dirk the Panda. So, yes, this is me. Hopefully, if I'm covering too much of the screen, I will try and move a little bit. I know I take up a lot more of the screen now. Day's going well. I did a lot of errands. A lot of house hunting. More so apartment hunting, but yeah. I also start work on Monday. Yeah, Monday actually. So that'll be great. Yes, Slow Panda's the new perpy. Oh no, I'm purple now. Sorry, didn't mean to say that. Sitrep Surgeon. I don't know what that means. But yes, it's been a while since I've done YouTube stuff. I am mainly on Twitch now. I really like just chilling out there, gaming. I even do a couple of visual novels on there as collabs. I do Remember the Flowers on there, and Where the Demon Lurks on Marshmallow Bear's channel. If you don't know who he is, he's a fellow Twitch streamer, and he's pretty much exclusively on Twitch, so check him out there. Marshmallow_bears. A fellow bear. So yes, I am doing a lot of that. I'm not sure if I'm going to fully move over there. I'll still upload visual novel readings to YouTube. I just don't know how many I'm going to do. I'm not sure how many I'm going to do here, like live. And in general, I'm just trying to figure out if I want to keep going with visual novels. Like, I've been stretching myself thin. I've been also working on my own visual novel, Ocean Avenue, which I just released the update for patrons. The regular update, or well, public update, sorry, comes out on Sunday, so get ready for that. And yes, I am just doing a lot of stuff. That's just my life right now. It's just doing things and just being very hectic. So yes, if you want to see me on Twitch also, it is Dirk the Panda, no spaces. And you can also check out my stuff, like all my different handles and stuff. I now have a link tree because putting all my links in the comments was getting way too bothersome, plus I changed a lot of them, so a lot of these links are broken, and I'm gonna have to change them in the previous vids. So that's great. Alright, back to Tennis Ace. What the heck is going on in Tennis Ace? We are on Haruki's route. We are on Haruki's route. There we go. And we last stopped on Character Select Day 10, which is the final day. And now we have made it to the regular days once again. Supposedly, according to the update devlog, there is days 13, 14, and 15. Hopefully I can get all of them done today. That is my goal. I'm trying to go for as long as I can, but if I go too late, I might have to stop, unfortunately. Family life is interesting right now. My brother's got a new job, and it's in the early morning, and so he goes to bed early, so that means I have to be quiet early. This is why I want to move. And also, insanity of just being at home. I need my own space and social life. And just being an adult. I need to be an adult. An adult, yes. The next update is for June. Every other boy's in the 30s. Yeah, he's only on 15. He just got his side route started, so yeah, that's kind of what's happening. Alright, let me just get some last things set up. We will get started in a bit. I need to give myself a little forewarning for time. Oh yeah, so fingers crossed I can manage this. There we go. So yeah, how is everybody doing? As always, it's great to see people on here. For me, life has just been happening. Not much else to say. Oh, I should say, yeah, I'm starting work on Monday, so that might also make me really busy. So I don't know what my stream schedule will be once I start working. So that'll be great. Also, stream. Everybody's streaming now. I'm getting a bunch of notifications. Everyone is live. Isn't that nuts? I see a lot of my friends here on Twitch, like, being live, and I'm like, I'm somewhere else. I'm in a different vacuum of space. Also, do not disturb. So, let us begin the reading, shall we? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That's weird. I had to click twice. But in fact, I think I catch his tail wagging a few times. Quirky. I anxiously fiddle with my phone, looking over my shoulder every now and again what? I anxiously fiddle around my phone. I'm so anxious. Looking over my shoulder every now and again for a familiar figure that I am sure hasn't yet left the gym building. Trying to sneak under Saya-chan's eye. What am I saying? These crickets are getting to me. Or, they're circadias. See, the circadias are throwing me off. That's what it is. I can totally read. Trying to sneak under Saya-chan's watchful eye and skip on practice was, of course, a bust. I got caught pathetically easily and was forced to take part in practice. What's worse, Saya-chan even put me in charge of overseeing the freshmen, like I'm some kind of coach or something. I mean, sure, it's not a hard job. Noticing people's forms, seeing what they're good at, what they lack, giving them advice based on it. It's all pretty basic stuff. I learned to pick it up years ago just from tweaking my own training regimens. But it's not the point. I don't know what's had her in such a mood lately, but I'm starting to get really tired of it. The number one thought in my head the last few days is that I want to buy her a stress ball. Or a punching bag. Or the other. Not sure which would be more well received. Either way, they would hopefully do the job of getting her to chill a little. Either that or get her to kill me. So, let's stay optimistic. In the meantime, I continue to look for a certain someone that, up until now, has done an annoyingly good job of avoiding me. Finally, I start to see a few people exiting the building one by one. Some of them are grouped up chatting amongst themselves. Others leave all on their own. Shoichi, we're not on your route. Nico, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you have headed home by now? You do know the same goes for you, right? Wasn't the volleyball team's practice supposed to have ended over an hour ago? We stayed late to have a strategy meeting. Saturday's the first day of the inter-high, remember? We've been staying late for the last week. Oh, right. I had completely forgotten about that. Never mind. I could tell from your face that you don't. Sorry, I had a lot on my mind. It's fine. We're pretty much guaranteed to get through the first day anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it. Besides, you guys can't exactly skip class to come watch anyway. I'll make sure to be there for Saturday and Sunday, though. That's very sweet of you to believe we'll get to the finals on Sunday. Not so much sweet as it is a foregone conclusion. You guys always get to the finals. Yeah, well, too bad we don't get farther than that. Don't be like that. If you start telling yourself you'll lose, you'll just be making it okay for you to do so. Don't give yourself excuses. I'm not. Shuichi whines. Yeah, Shuichi does whine. Shuichi whines, his ears going flat over his face. It's rare to see him drop his guard like this in public. I suppose he must be under an insane amount of pressure right now, so I'm not surprised. I tiptoe around the huge husky blocking my view, looking behind Shuichi to see if I can find a certain white wolf on his way out with no luck. Are you looking for something? Yeah, kinda? Not really, though. What's that supposed to mean? Haruki, my darling. He thin, he lank. Just then, I finally see the person I've been looking for. Oh, over here, Haruki-kun. Ah, he's about to beat the shit out of him. At an impulse, I wave to catch his attention and call out the wolf's name, completely forgetting for a second that I had been talking to Shoichi. Haruki freezes where he stands once he notices me, but that alone isn't too much of a surprise. It's not until I look up and see the look on Shoichi's face that I realize I fucked up. It was then I realized I fucked up. Koizumi, why are you calling him out of all people? For fuck's sake. Seriously? Sorry, Shoichi. I was kinda hoping to catch Haruki-kun on his way out. Didn't I tell you to stay away from him? First of all, fuck off. I'm right here and I can hear you. Second of all, I'm not a part of whatever this is. Leave me out of it. The wolf tries to walk past the two of us, but I reach out with a hand and grab him by the wrist before he has a chance to. Dude, what the fuck? You both stop it! I'm not a kindergarten teacher. I don't have the patience to mediate between you two right now. I quickly shut down whatever argument this is about to turn into. Perhaps a bit more gruffly than I ought to. Not that I care. After having enough time to think on what Haruki said to me last week, I come to realize just how much of an asshole I've been to him up until now. Not that he hasn't had a degree of blame in it, but still, if I want to make things right, I can't keep beating around the bush. But seriously, Shoichi, why do you have to be so aggressive right to the guy's face? I know he's not the easiest person in the world to deal with, but you don't have to fight fire with fire. Besides, you're the one who planted those shitty ideas in my head in the first place, so I'm holding you partly reasonable for that particular shit show. In fact, I might as well say something now. And you too, Shoichi. You told me to avoid him. Who are you to tell me what I should or shouldn't do? But... damn. That was brutal. I take it back. I'm so happy to have been here for this. You! Cut it out. Come on. I already told you I don't want to be mediating you two squabbling like little kids. Whatever. I already won. There's no winning here. Stop being a child. Whatever. Now can you let go my arm? That's two whatevers in a row. Does he just default to it when he doesn't have a clever insult to use? Still, I do as he's asked and let go of his arm, watching the wolf rub his wrist where I'd grabbed him. I'll consider it a win that he asked me to let go instead of pulling his arm away. He's definitely strong enough that he could if he wanted to. Aren't you two supposed to be... I was about to say roommates! And they were roommates. This would be quite the showing if they were roommates. Aren't you two supposed to be teammates? You don't have to like each other, but this is kinda ridiculous. That's... not my problem. You! Don't start, but... I'm serious. Cut that shit out. Fine. Fine? I'm heading home. You do whatever you want. What? That's not what I... Oh! He's got the bedroom eyes. Holy shit. I try reaching for Shuichi's arm like I'd done with Haruki earlier, but he quickly pushes my hand off, quickly stomping away without so much as a glance back. What the hell was that? Hot damn. You have a mean streak in you, huh? Hot damn. You have a mean streak in you, huh? I do not! Sure you do. Didn't think you had it in you to say that kind of shit to your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. Would you stop that? Whatever you say. Either way, I'm out of here. Ah, got him. Hang on a second there, mister. Didn't I say I wanted to talk to you? The wolf tries once again to slip past me, but I react quickly, grabbing his arm and pulling back before positioning myself in front of him so as to block his exit. So I'm just checking something. I feel so creepy having to do this kind of thing, but he's the one forcing me to do it. Fucking for real. This again? What the fuck makes you think I like being grabbed all the time? Get your hands off me. Stop! I'm not saying this shit. Stop. I'm trying really hard to be your friend here. Do you ever shut up? I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep trying to avoid me. What gives? What gives? Are you seriously asking me that? How many times do I have to tell you I'm not a charity case? I don't need you to be my friend. Buzz off. Who said anything about needing something? I offered. Oh, so it's an offer. Yes. Then I refuse. And I refuse to accept your refusal. For fuck's sake. I feel a little bit of pride welling up in my chest, getting the wolf to sound so thoroughly exasperated. I know I shouldn't. It's probably petty of me and all, but I'll be damned if it doesn't feel good. What kind of offer is there when I don't have a choice to say no? An offer you can't refuse. Are you a mob boss or something? No way. You got that. No way, you got that? Man, Saya would be proud. Listen here, asswipe. I don't need your charity. Leave me alone already. It's because you keep referring to it as not needing it that I'm sticking around. At no point did you say you don't want it. For fuck's... Are you a grammar teacher now? Fuck off. I could seriously get used to this. I probably shouldn't, though. I'm really starting to embody 6-year-old me all over again, and that's a hell a lot less cute coming from a grown man. But this worked with Shoichi, so this is the best card I can play at the moment. At least until I get to know this asshat a little better and figure out how to get through to him. God damn it, why am I going through all this trouble for this jerk? I don't even get it myself. It's also not a good sign that I started to casually curse a lot more in my head than I used to before. I've barely gotten to know this guy and he's already rubbing off on me in a bad way. I can't help it. He reminds me too much of Shoichi when we were kids. I get this unbearable urge to help. Sure, I will. As soon as you tell me you don't want me to be your friend. God damn it! Leave! The wolf pushes past me, bumping my shoulder in the process and nearly sending me tumbling down to the floor. By the time I stabilize myself again on my feet and look around, I notice that he has completely disappeared from view. Sheesh! That guy really is a tough cookie. And here I thought we were making good progress. Back to square one, I guess. Don't worry too much. You'll get there. My subconscious! The suddenness of an unknown what am I saying? The suddenness of an unknown voice coming from right behind me makes my skin crawl. The fur on the back of my neck bristling and standing at attention as I jump away reflexively. Oh, it's Kika! Ah! I snap around as quickly as I can, searching for the source of the scare that damn near just gave me a heart attack. Only to see a familiar-looking saber cat staring at me with his eyes wide and mouth gaping. Whoa, easy there. You're... Right. Haruki's friend. The one that was writing lines or whatever in what was supposed to be a locked room after class. Are you okay there? Don't do that to people. Sorry. Who thinks it's appropriate to sneak up on someone like that? What is wrong with you? Then again, I am talking about the guy who commanded a room in school and was flailing around shirtless in public place. Maybe I shouldn't expect too much out of it. Wait, no. Stop it, Nico. First Haruki and now this? Stop being so damn judgy. It's fine. What were you saying again? Oh, right. Just hang in there. Haru is a tough nut to crack. But you'll get there if you stick it out. That's... thanks? How can you even know that, though? How do you think he and I became friends? You don't mean? I sure do. Haru is stubborn as hell and doesn't really know what's good for him. You gotta wear him down before he lets you in. If you keep sticking around, eventually he'll get tired of you pushing him, or if you keep sticking around, eventually he'll get tired of pushing you away and will let you stick around. Take it from me, I've done it. Really, if anything, I'm surprised to find out that you and I are so similar. I think we'd make good friends too. Right. Annoyed him into submission. I forgot I heard Haruki say that. I thought he was exaggerating about it, but now I'm not so sure. The fact that both the Sabercat and I played the exact same card is... concerning. Maybe I need to reconsider my approach. I'm not too sure I want to be so similar to the weirdo that breaks into a classroom to talk to himself half naked. Man, not being judgy is hard. I, appreciate the encouragement. No problem. I'm happy to see Haru making more friends, so I'll help you in any way that I can. Well, I suppose that's pretty nice of him. Maybe I'm being too harsh on the guy. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Hang on. How long have you been here? Huh? What do you mean? I mean, how much of that did you hear? Most of it? I was waiting around to talk to Haru too. You were so absorbed with your phone that you didn't notice when I waved at you. For real? Wait, does that mean you saw the thing with you, Haru and the Prez? Yeah, I wasn't gonna comment on that. Oh god, please no. The last thing I need is people close to Oh god, please no. The last thing I need is people close to Shuichi seeing that. Delete, delete, delete! Give me a way to delete it from your memory right now! Please forget you saw anything. That's a tough ask. I don't care how tough it is. Forget it! I beg of you! Still, you were kinda screwed either way. There's some serious bad blood between those two. Even I don't get why. Oh, really? I thought that maybe, since you knew the both of them, you might have some idea what it is about. Nah, I don't have a clue. I'm sure that at some point the Prez was trying to be good about it, but the two of them fight almost every time they meet. Well, Haruki seems to really have it out for Shoichi, so I'm not surprised. Shoichi's patient, but there's only so much you can poke him before he snaps. Except Haru isn't the only one doing the poking. But what? He's not only the one instigating. What do you mean? What? I mean, that it's surprising to find out that such a big, mature-looking man can act like such a child sometimes. I suppose that's why we have the term man-child. That's, I had Haru come over a couple of times when I had to drop documents to the student council, or had him meet up with me when I was on my way out. Every time him and the Prez meet up, they fight. And half the time, it's the Prez needling him for no good reason. You're still here? Wow, I'm shocked a guy like you would choose to stay at school for even a second longer than he has to. Ugh. That's... Or, what are you even doing here, Koizumi? That's the student council room. You know, for the responsible people. Oh my god, damn. Go off. And Happy New Year, Maestro. That's not... Even better was the time when he said to me, "What are you even doing hanging out with this guy? Aren't you scared? What if the people he deals with try to do something to you?" As if Haru is some kind of rabid dog or something. Holy shit, Shoichi, really? I know you don't have the best opinion of the guy, but come on! Those are downright mean things to say. I always known Shoichi could be a little passive-aggressive. I mostly see it when him and Keisuke are bickering, but not like this. You actually said those things? Mostly. I can't quite remember them verbatim, but that's the gist of it. I don't know what it is between the two of them, but I do my best to act as a buffer whenever the two come together. If anything, what you saw today was a milder version of what I go through every time. I'd love to imagine that any time Shoichi and Haruki meet up, that there's tables and shit nearby, and Shoichi will just throw Haruki onto a table. Haruki will just like slam Shoichi into a wall, like shit just gets broken. Well, that's disturbing. Even putting aside the fact that those two are teammates and should therefore be able to get along better than this, there really is no justification for treating someone like this. I knew Shoichi had the wrong opinion about Haruki, but I didn't know it was this bad. He seems fully convinced that Haruki is involved in something a lot more dangerous than he actually is. First things first, I should probably prioritize setting Shoichi straight. No, don't make him straight! If I want to make Haruki my friend, I can't have him and Shoichi swinging at each other every time they meet. I see. Thanks for telling me that. I have a lot to consider now, I suppose. I hope this hasn't made you change your mind about Haru. He really is a great guy once you get to know him. Nah, my mind was already set on that. I'm just reconsidering my approach. Great! I can try and help you out if you want. You know, put in a good word for you with him and whatnot. I don't think that would work terribly well. Nah, don't be like that. Haru always seems pretty fond of you based on the 2 or 3 times we talked about you. He does? Yeah. Well, he called you a fucking headache and said you almost make him want to slug you in the face. Ah, that's great. You'll never be straight. Make Haru my boyfriend, not just friend. I feel. I'll take a sip of water to that. A giant sip. Holy crap, I'm thirsty. His smile is very cute. He's a cutie. If I was still doing March Madness, I would probably, be for sure adding Kiga in. I think he did come in last year, but I don't think he made it. Yeah, it's just March Madness is too tough to run, but if somebody else wants to do it, go off, sis. What the fuck?! In what world does that make him seem fond of me?! You could use a lot more colorful language, you know. Besides, he said you almost make him want to hit you. Almost. 99% of people don't even get that distinction. Oh my god. Can't you see how much progress you've already made? Really? Did we really lower our standards this far? It's sad that you'd be so excited over so little. This really is quite telling. I just can't decide whether it's about Haruki or you. I see. Well, I'm heading home for now. I'll try again with Haruki later. Even if I don't manage to talk to him tomorrow, I'll probably bump into him at the tournament on Saturday anyway. Huh? I wouldn't be too sure about that. Huh? How so? Isn't the whole team supposed to be there? Well, yeah. But it's not like Haru gets to play. He's pretty bitter about being sidelined, so he hasn't been wanting to show up. Laughs in being a bench warmer. Good times. Sure, I've been trying to get through to him, but I'm not too sure that he'll show up without someone to drag him there. And I'm sadly going to be busy, so I can't show up for any of the competition. Oh no. He's not gonna play? Does that mean he's just not good? I mean, does he even have a right to be upset if he's not so good enough to make it onto the starting 6? 7! It's starting 7! Don't forget the libero! That sounds kinda entitled. I was entitled. Just because he didn't make the cut in the game doesn't mean he gets to sulk and ditch because of it. When you ditch. Oh, I was thinking he was gonna bitch because of it. But ditch makes sense. Just because he didn't make the cut in the game doesn't mean he gets to sulk and ditch because of it. I think you're misunderstanding something. What? It's not that Haru didn't make the cut. He's one of the best players on the team. He's not allowed to play because he keeps butting heads with the prez and the coach. What? Who told you that? Both of them did. What? Well, that's different. I would feel really bitter if I were excelling but still got kept out of games because of my attitude. Or my mental health, because goddamn my mental health was whack back then. Granted, his stinks and... What? His stinks? His stinks. Granted, he stinks and he should really work on it. but still, that's messed up. Yeah, well, I'm sure it must sting even worse for Haru since the school went out of its way to recruit him in the first place. What? What? They did? Seems Haru was a little famous back in middle school for getting in fights somewhat often and being feared by his teammates. But he was tall, strong, and he carried his team all the way to the finals in the Saitama qualifiers of the national competition back during his last year of middle school. Wait. Oh, the Saitama qualifiers. I was like, the national competition? Goddamn! But yeah. Feels. Laughs in short. Apparently both the school and this coach went out of their way to scout him, even knowing that. Only to turn around and not let him play. So, yeah, I get why he's upset about it. Feels scummy, don't you think? Like, I don't want you, but I don't want anyone else to have you either. But I don't know. That's just my outsider's perspective as a non-sportsy person. Ha, sports, am I right? That's... holy shit. Aw, thanks, Lionwing. I am Giant Panda. I can switch between Giant Panda and Red Panda now. I have 2 forms. That's why I'm just Dirk the Panda, and not Dirk the Red Panda, or Dirk the Giant Panda. Or Dirk the Panda Bear, technically. Whatever. Holy shit! Holy shit! It's me! Holy shit! Sounds like the guy had a reign of terror even all the way back in middle school. Seriously, even as a child? You've had that nasty attitude for that long? It's no wonder people are afraid of you. You should really consider your own responsibility in this stuff, Haruki. Either way, I'll try my best to convince him to show up for it. If he does, I'll trust he'll take it from there. Sure. Okay, I have to run now if I want to catch up with him, though. How are you even going to find him? Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. He tends to go to his favorite place whenever he's upset, so I'll check there first. I'm pretty sure I'll find him there. His favorite place? Whoops, I might have said too much. I'll leave it up to Haru whether he wants to tell you about that eventually. I'll catch you later, Deiko-senpai. Bye! I am far too confused to even say anything as I watch the saber cat walk away. Favorite place? What does that even mean? It was the roof. I don't know, that's my guess. Like an abandoned factory ground or something? What are you, Lucian? Also, fixing the mic stand, because mic be sagging. I make noise with the mic. I adjust the mic. The mic is still slightly low. I'm big boy. I need tall mic. Not really, but... like an abandoned factory ground or something? Ugh. I can literally feel myself making assumptions already. Stop that. Get some help. What the hell am I even supposed to do now? End the day, move on to day 14. Not only did I make 0 progress with Haruki today, but now I found out another roadblock in the middle of this whole situation. Today has not been a productive day. See? I told you! Let's end day 13 and move on to day 14. Thinking. I've tried to add a timestamp. Alright, chat. Let's get started then. Ahem. It had been some time since I'd last been here. Even looking around, I feel like I barely recognize the place anymore. And it's only been a few months. The Saitama City Gymnasium is the largest of the sporting venues in Saitama and plays the host to the Saitama portion of the Inter-High qualifiers. Since I'd been feeling a little restless, I ended up waking up Since I've been feeling a little restless, I ended up waking up a bit earlier than expected. Because of that, by the time Aki came downstairs and after his bath, I'd pretty much already made and eaten breakfast, leaving him to feed himself while I went to wash myself. Tragic. Anyway, truth be told, I've had so much on my mind that odds are pretty good I've forgotten about the competition, if it hasn't been for that little reminder from Shoichi back on Thursday. A fact that he must never, ever know if I am to avoid some serious guilt tripping. Wow. There's already a lot of people here. That's not a huge surprise. Today is the first day of the competition. I thought Friday was! I thought they said Friday was the first day. And they were like, oh, sorry, I couldn't make the first day, but I'll be there Saturday and Sunday. What is this? Am I being lied to? Am I being gaslight gatekeep girl boss by Tennis Ace? I'm sorry. This is not the first day of competition. Nico, stop lying to me. Though that's not a huge surprise. Today is the first day of the competition, and you can bet that all teams will be arriving here early. You mean the first day for those that bypassed the first 2 rounds, right? Weren't the main qualifier rounds a few weeks ago? Were they? I knew it! Aki be calling you out on your bullshit. Huh. Well, if you say so. Oh, they were a few weeks ago? Oh, I guess it was like, for the bad schools. Alright. So please include Haruki in the contest. Please. Sorry, Lionwing, I'm not doing the contest anymore. I'm not doing March Madness anymore. I'm kind of stretching myself too thin with what I'm doing already, so if somebody else wants to do March Madness, go right ahead, but yeah, it's something that's kind of been too much on my plate. Sorry. Anyway, were they? Well, if you say so. You see Shoichi near every day. Shouldn't you know that? And yet, I don't. I don't know what else to tell you. I look around, searching the ground for any signs of a familiar face that we could meet up with. I'm sure Shoichi is bound to be here already with the rest of his team, but they're probably having a pre-match meeting, and I don't want to get in the way of that. Oh shit, if this is day 14, day 15 is gonna be the finals, isn't it? Well, shit. I mean, I do want to wish him good luck and all, but I could do that later. Shoichi always comes to find us when he's free anyway. Vivian and Drakewing Gaming still pronounce the word as Aniki, aka Big Bro. It's Aniki! Da da da! Well, I was wrong. It's Aniki. Do you see anyone? I see a lot of people. I mean, anyone we know. Nope, not really. Good job, he's a himbo. Do you think we're the first ones here? I find that hard to believe. Sai at least tends to be really, really early to these kinds of things. In fact, I decided to pull out my phone and message Saya. Tap, text, 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 text. Oh, multiple people. Text, 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 text. In fact, I decided to pull out my phone and message Saya, June, and Keisuke. It would be easier to let them know I've arrived and ask if any of them are around than actually trying to look for them. This gymnasium can hold up to 5,000 people. Even if it's not currently at capacity, trying to find someone in specific would be like trying to find a needle in a stack of needles. There. If anyone's around, they'll let us know. Hopefully it won't be June, though. Ugh, can't stand that man. Sorry, I got to deliver some packages inside. I am sending a text in real time. I don't think it made the noise. Oh my gosh, I just panicked. I have to pick somebody up in like a day, like just under 24 hours. But they're like coming from Europe, so they're like, I'm leaving already. And I'm like, oh my gosh, already? But yeah, I just have to pick them up next afternoon. Alright. Sorry, but BRB chat. Ah, where's the button? I say BRB. So chat, I decided to take a snack time. Slow Panda mentioned snack time. Now I want snack. Hope y'all are okay with that. I'm gonna quickly mute myself though, because I don't want to crunch on stream. I'll try to be ready in 5 minutes. Sorry about this. Alright. I'm pretty much back. Sorry about that. I was really hungry. Also, thank you for the compliments about my old and new sonas. Or no, not old and new sonas, sorry. My red and giant panda forms. I know it's a bit tricky. I snacked on some olive oil chips. Well, the chips weren't made of olive oil, but they were like olive oil and sea salt topped or whatever. And some rice cakes. They were delicious. Alright, we got a few seconds. 10 seconds. Got ready. Gotta get prepared. Back to tennessees. Alrighty then. There. If anyone's around, they'll let us know. Hopefully it won't be June, though. Why not? Don't you like Kobayashi-san? I like him just fine. I just shudder to think what kind of death grip he would put on my arm considering how crowded this place is. In fact, the very idea already makes me feel like my arm is throbbing. I quickly lead Aki to a less crowded area in one of the far-off walls. It gives us a view of the entrance without leaving us near the bulletin board with a match bracket since the area is currently the most crowded. Part of me is also hoping that I might find a certain white wolf in here somewhere. I'm not even sure he will show up today, but might as well keep an eye out for him. I tried to approach him yesterday again when I saw him at the school gates before class, but I didn't. I did not do the thing. I did not do the thing. Hold on. I did the thing now. Sorry about that. There. If anyone's around, they'll let us know. Hopefully, it won't be June, though. Sorry, I'm just gonna change the timestamp. Whoopsies. I'm waiting for the minute mark to hit so I can read again. 4 seconds. There. If anyone's around, they'll let us know. Hopefully it won't be Jun, though. Huh? Why not? Don't you like Kobayashi-san? I like him just fine. I just shudder to think what kind of death grip he would put on my arm considering how crowded the place is. In fact, the very idea already makes me feel like my arm is throbbing. I quickly lead Aki to a less crowded area in one of the far-off walls. It gives me a view of the entrance without leaving us near the bulletin board with a match bracket since that area is currently the most crowded. Part of me is also hoping that I might find a certain white wolf in here somewhere. I'm not sure even if he will show up today, but I might as well keep an eye out for him. I tried to approach him yesterday again when I saw him at the school gates before class, but join you for lunch? Why the fuck would I do that? Suffice to say, that idea isn't as well received as I hoped. Part of me considered trying to look for him anyway during lunchtime and insisting until he relented, but what? You gave up that easily? Come on, you need to have a little more gumption. Come on, you need to have a little more gumption, Nico-san. Of course he's gonna turn you down. You have to annoy him until he says yes. Trust me, that's how I did it. The guy is prickly as all hell, but eventually he'll get tired of fighting you and will just let you do whatever you want. Then you're one step closer to becoming friends. What a whack. What a wacko. I tried asking Haruki's friend before doing that just to be sure, and, well, talking to a person that so clearly encouraged me to do exactly what I was thinking of doing, and hearing it all put out into words really put into perspective how creepy and annoying it was. So, I'm pivoting to something else. Not sure what yet, but I definitely know that I don't want to be the creepy guy who is known for stalking someone into submission. It'd be another story if I were still 6, but I'm not. There are laws on that sort of thing that I have to worry about nowadays. That Kiga guy did say he tried to convince Haruki to show up here today. I'm still not sure what to make of the guy. I do feel a little weird being this insistent when he's constantly pushing me away. But I get this feeling like what he says doesn't exactly match up with his body language. It's not even just how he insists on constantly saying he doesn't need a friend or doesn't need charity without ever saying anything about his wants. God knows I've pulled out that particular thread too much already. It's the look on his face whenever I call out to him. The way he tenses up every time I show up. It's like he's shocked I'm still trying. And when he tells me to go away and I do listen to him, he always looks almost disappointed. But then when I don't listen to him and keep trying to talk to him, he just cusses me out and leaves instead. I swear, the man is harder to read than a Victorian novel. And I only know that because Saya insisted I read her favorite romance book back when we were in middle school. Barely got past chapter 2 before I started dozing off. She definitely wasn't happy about that. No replies yet. Maybe that means they're on their way. I wouldn't whip out my phone in the middle of public transport either. I suppose that's fair. Though I don't think I should point out that there is no way in hell... What is it? Somebody said how to pronounce it. It's like Kisuke? Keisuke. Oh, Keisuke. Okay, that was right. Keisuke. Though I don't think I should point out there that in no way in hell Keisuke would probably be taking public transport in the first place. No way he would. I didn't mean to start the virtual camera. I didn't even know what that did. I might not know much about his family, but I do know that there's no way to the heir to a giant... What the fuck? I might not know much about his family, but I do know that there's no way the heir to a giant conglomerate would be taking the bus here on his own. I'm kind of thirsty. I'm gonna go buy something to drink. Be right back. Yeah, sure. Just don't wander too far away. I'll be fine. I watch over Aki for a little bit until I'm comfortable in the knowledge that he knows what he's doing. Instead, I turn my attention back to my phone. Maybe we showed up a tad early? Tad too early? There's still an hour before Shoichi's first match. Oh geez, you're early. Okay, I wouldn't even show up to my match an hour early. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say Shuichi has been here for at least an hour already, if not more. What surprises me is that the others aren't here yet. It's not like they have to be here super early, but I guess I'm just not used to being the first one to arrive like this. Granted, at least as far as Jun is involved, I'm used to being left waiting for a while. But Sai and Keisuke are a different story. Am I seriously going to be waiting around twiddling my thumbs for an hour? That's boring as all hell. I should have brought some kind of game to pass the time. Then, while I'm distracted in my own thoughts, the sound of someone clearing their throat echoes loudly from somewhere unnervingly close to me. I flinch, startled by the sudden noise, only to be greeted by... Haruki! Ah! Haruki? Who else would it be? Why else are you... Who else would it be? Why are you staring at me with that dumb look on your face? Were you asleep or something? No, not at all. I was distracted, that's all. Wait, I'm not imagining things, right? That really is Haruki. Here? Talking to me? But what? Good morning. Yeah, whatever. Don't take this the wrong way, but why are you here? The fuck is that supposed to mean? You want me gone or something? No, that's not what I meant at all. I just mean that I'm surprised you came to talk to me. Yeah, oh, yeah? Well, not much else to do here. Even your annoying ass is better than boredom. I'll choose not to take that personally. I'll stick to considering this progress. I'm not gonna lie, I was kinda surprised to see you here. Especially this early. Giga said you didn't want to come at all. Yeah, well, someone decided to tell me that if I didn't show up to at least to cheer, I'd be off the team. Even though they won't let me as so much be in the bench. Really? Oh, come on, that's cruel. Who said that to you? How dense can you get? Take a guess, you moron. Oh. It was Shoichi, wasn't it? God damn it, why does Shoichi have to be this strict? I can't imagine him ever saying something like that to any of his other teammates. It's one thing to not let someone be a part of the bench. You can only have so many other players in it after all, but come on! Sorry. I wish he hadn't said that. Psh, why are you apologizing for someone else, dumbass? It has nothing to do with you. Unless, of course, you're doing it because you don't want me to think less of your boyfriend. Would you stop that? Shoichi and I aren't like that. Why do you keep insisting? Why do you keep insisting? The guy is clearly in love with you. Anyone with eyes can see. Even if that were true, which it's not, a relationship needs to be reciprocal. Oh, you say that not... you say you're not interested in the dog? Of course I am! Shoichi is like a brother to me. The idea makes me want to vomit. Although Haruki looks so way too pleased about that. In a way that kinda makes my skin crawl. Why are you looking at me like that? No reason. I don't buy that for a second. Out with it! It's no big deal, really. Just thinking about it. Just thinking about when I could slip this juicy little bit of information to the dog. Have to choose carefully if I want to deal the most damage. Oh! Ish! Oh god, why are you like this? Stop that! Stop looking for reasons to fight with him, for mess with him! It's childish! Fuck you. Who do you think you are to tell me what I can and can't do? Right now, a concerned citizen. You complain that people judge you on your looks and don't treat you well, but you're not exactly doing anything to dispel those preconceptions. I won't bother with that. It's pointless anyway. People who do nothing to help themselves don't get to bitch about it. As if getting doused by a bucket of ice-cold water, my words cause the wolf to reflexively readjust himself. When he turns his head to look at me, he fixes me with a sharp gaze, his eyes looking almost completely glazed over. Haruki straightens his back, taking a step closer to me, the entire gesture seemingly designed to intimidate me with our height difference. Height difference. Thankfully, I know better than to step back now. If I let myself be intimidated, he'll keep doing it. We would never get anywhere like that. What? If you have something to say, then spit it out. I continue holding Haruki's gaze unflinchingly, almost daring him to do something about it. That's not to say that I'm not a little worried. The guy can flip on a dime. I never know if he'll fly into a rage or not, so I can't be too careful. I have to edge that line if I want to avoid getting a black eye. Finally, after several seconds of him quietly leaning eerily close to me, the wolf takes a step back, scoffing. Whatever. Not worth my time to get into it. Oh, that all? Perhaps a little too emboldened by my recent defiance, the words roll out of my mouth before I have the chance to properly filter them. Haruki leans back against the wall, shoving his hands into his pockets and fixing me with a stern gaze once again. Watch it. Don't push your luck. Yeah, I shouldn't go too far. From what I've gathered, Haruki seems to somehow like, or at the very least, approve when I challenge him. But everything has a limit. I think I'm starting to get a limit for where that balance is. Of course, it's still a pain in the ass to have to go through all that trouble, but the guy does seem to have a soft side to him, and I won't lie that I want to see more of it. Plus, when I think about how unbearably lonely it must feel to constantly have your guard up against everyone like he does, I can't help but want to help him out somewhat. I might be a little bit of a bleeding heart. So, what's the plan? Plan? What plan? For today, you're not going to be playing, right? Even then, shouldn't you go look for your team and join them? Ah, no, fuck them. Those dipshits don't want me around anyway. Come on, they can't all be that bad. They're not. Oh? Wait, I didn't expect him to actually agree with me here. Yeah? Yeah. Remember to hydrate. Remember to hydrate. He really has no plans to continue, does he? How can you just bring it up and drop it without saying another word about it? Also, hi Basket, this lyric only just started. People are like, why is it only at day 15? And I'm like telling them, he just started making this. What, do you expect him to churn out 15 days in like 2 months? And why am I still being shipped? Oh, it's been 14 days into the route. Haruki is more tsundere than Aki-kun and Keisuke. 14 days. The first 12 days of the game are prologue, and you don't feature Haruki at all. This is literal second day of his route. Still, we're barely into it. Had to set up, yeah, his plot points would be since he didn't have any, yeah. You really had to build up fast. Do you not know how conversations work? Were you raised by wolves or something? Oh, wait. Of course. Oh, wait. Scratch that. That wasn't intentional. Not specious. Could you I'm back. Sorry it took so long. This place is a little bit of a maze. Right as I'm about to ask Haruki to elaborate on what he said, or Haruki, yeah, Aki comes right back, now holding a can of peach juice in his hand. Ooh, peach juice sounds so good right now. Gosh, I need peach juice. Uh-oh. What's this? I was about to say, ooh, what's this? Haruki ooh-woos. Uh-oh, who's this? Huh? Oh, it's the guy from the park. Good morning. From the park? Yeah, you dragged Aniki? Yeah, you dragged Aniki away to yell at him that day, remember? Right. Yeah, this is my little brother, Akiyoshi. Aki, this is Haruki. We go to the same school. Hi. You're not going to yell at Aniki, and are you? Aki nods, his words having some very sharp barbs despite his otherwise polite tone. As soon as I hear him say that, I choke a little. I look towards Haruki, starting to feel nervous that the wolf might say something bad to Aki. But instead... No, I'm not. I'm sorry about that, kid. I didn't even notice you were there that day. I have to blink a few times when I hear Haruki's response. In fact, I play the words back in my head, trying to make sure I didn't just mishear him. He apologized? Just like that? Even Aki seems a bit stunned. First of all, I don't think Aki even heard what Haruki and I were saying to each other that day in the park. So why did he choose to bring it up at all is a total mystery to me. Oh, that kid knows no fear. That scares the shit out of me. It's okay. Thanks for apologizing. Thankfully, Aki didn't continue to push. I let out a sigh of relief, glad that this didn't evolve into something a lot worse. Not that I think Haruki would go so far as to hurt a child, but... I don't know. When it comes to Aki, I can't help but worry. Oh, yeah. I was going to ask you something when Aki showed up. Huh? What? You said that not everyone in the volleyball team is that bad. Could you explain? Upon hearing my words, the wolf scowls, letting out a loud groan to show his already obvious displeasure. That? You're seriously back on that? Oh, are you part of Minami's volleyball team too? Yeah. Wait, am I imagining things or... So, you know Shuichi too? He's like about to just strangle him. He's like, not today. Yes. Oh, that's cool. Are you two friends? No. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Out of all the questions you could ask, you had to ask that one? Ah! This guy goes on a tangent every time someone so much as talks about Shuichi, and now you're asking him how he feels about him? Oh, I bet you don't know, but this can't end well. Haruki blinks a few times, looking down at Aki with the annoyance more than obvious in his face. He opens his mouth, probably preparing to launch into his tirade insulting Shuichi 1,000 different ways. But instead... No, we don't really get along. Oh! That's all? No colorful insults, no sharp remarks, no taunting or griping or cursing? Who are you? Who is this man? What have you done to the Haruki we know? Really? Oh, why not? Shuni is super nice to everyone. Aki, please stop. You're killing me here. Don't push Haruki into saying something bad. It's already a miracle we got this far more or less intact. Your Shuni and my team captain are very different people. But just leave it at that, kid. Oh. Instead of letting Aki argue or disagree with him on the matter, Haruki instead places a hand on top of Aki's head. Palms it like a basketball, gently petting him and ruffling his fur. What are you doing, mister? There's a stranger danger! Uh-oh, sorry. That's what I usually do with Toro. Why did I say Toro? Oh, sorry. This is what I usually do with Taro. You reminded me of him a little bit, so I forgot. Actually, never mind. With Taro? Would that be his little brother? Aki reminds him of him? They don't look at all similar to me when I saw him at the park. Maybe it's their heights. They're about the same size, I think. Maybe the wolf was just a little bit taller than Aki. Or is that just an age thing? I guess they'd be similar in age? And wait, I only just noticed, but the way Haruki stopped that subject was actually pretty nice, wasn't it? Just looking at things. Yeah, people really don't change their attitudes in just a few days. Yeah, it really sucks that we don't get to see Shuichi really improve his matters in his own route. Like, I'd really love to see that more. My gosh, give us redemption, Shuichi. You improve in other ways, but gosh, give Haruki a chance. Anyway, he didn't disagree with Aki or say anything bad about Shuichi. He just said that Shuichi he knows is different from the one Aki does. That's about the kindest way to let someone down like that. Holy hell, this is so unlike him. Is he just good with kids or something? Is that his secret? Note to self, If I want to get anywhere with befriending Haruki, I need to bring Aki everywhere with me. I wonder if they make any kid-sized backpacks. I remember him. The little wolfie I had with you at the park. Oh, yeah. We talked for a little bit when you two were whispering to yourself on the corner. He asked me if I wanted to play ball. Did he? He didn't mention that. What did he say? I don't really know the first thing about baseball, so I had to say no. That's a shame. I'm sure Taro would love to play with another boy his age. How old even is he? As soon as I pipe up, as if only just remembering I was still here, Haruki's eyes snapped towards me, his brow furrowing deeply for half a second. I can practically see the gears turning in his head. It's as if he can't decide whether to respond in his usual nasty, detached way or not. Of course, I am 100% playing with fire here. Haruki literally told me before never to mention the Parker's brother to him again, and he's kept true to his word by getting royally pissed with me every time I did it anyway. But I need to test a theory right now. 10. I was right. Having Aki around really does seem to disarm the guy. Good to know. He's younger than me? He is. How old are you? Oh, I'm almost 13. What he means to say is that he's 12. And a half! The half isn't nearly as important as you think it is. Yes, it is! I stifle the urge to laugh at as Aki throws a mini tantrum over the whole thing. He didn't even used to care that much about his age before, but lately he's been mentioning his height and the likes a lot more. Puberty will do that to you. You get very self-conscious about your body. Or you turn into me and have body dysmorphia. I wonder why. Is that so? Sorry, I assumed you were the same age as Taro. He's a bit tall for his age, so I keep forgetting. Maybe a little, but Aki is still on the short side for his age. Most kids his age have at least broken into the 150 centimeter range. Aki hasn't even cracked 145 yet. And considering how much he likes talking about how he's almost 13, well, most actual 13-year-olds have a good 10 or 15 centimeters on him, if not more. And I know Aki knows that too. The unsatisfied look on his face says it all. It's fine, Aki. You don't need to be super tall. Easy for you to say. You won the genetic lottery. You're tall, strong, and coordinated. We both play tennis, but our experiences are completely different. You're 1 out of 3 of those things. I stammer for a second, trying to come up with my best encouraging reply. However, the instant sigh that escapes both of them as soon as I say the words is soul-crushing. Dude, for real? You suck at this. Oh, shut up! What am I even supposed to say? I doubt you could figure out if there's since you're... I doubt you could all... What the fuck? Oh, shut up. What am I even supposed to say? I doubt you could figure it out either since you're also all 3 of those things. Yeah, sure. Haruki drops down to one knee, getting himself at eye level with Aki before putting a hand on his head to pat him. Look, you don't need to worry about yourself too much yet, okay? Growth spurts can happen at any time. Some people don't hit theirs until they're well at the end of their tween years. If your brother is anything to go by, you probably haven't hit yours yet. You can't know that. Sure I can. I wasn't always this tall, you know. Back in elementary school, I was a lot smaller than all the other kids my age. I didn't hit my first growth spurt until my first year of middle school. By then, I'd grown up so fast that I didn't really know how to move so good. I kept tripping over myself, misjudging the distance of my steps, jumping too high or too low to get the ball. All kinds of clumsy mistakes. Hell, I got teased a lot by the kids in my team over it. My teacher once made the mistake of calling me a hazard after I had an accident with the cleaning supplies after class. Everyone started calling me Hazard Haru for years. And I'm telling you, middle school sucked. Really? You? Mm-hmm. And your growth spurt never comes, well, that wouldn't be great, but What did he say before that? You just have to hang in there. And if your growth spurt never comes, well, that wouldn't be great, but it's not the end of the world. You see shorter dynamos in all kinds of sports. Even in volleyball. And that's one sport where height really matters. Ha! Yes, I know! Height affected me being able to play. So, yeah. Height does matter, but gosh darn it, they did not let me play what I wanted. Maybe I could play now, for fun. But my dreams of becoming a professional are over. Don't let this kind of thing get you down, okay, kid? Just focus on the things you can do now. Aw. What the hell? He said good things! He said wonderful things to me! Aki is just buying this? Where did that even come from? How is this guy so good at this? And seriously, what the hell? Bullied? Give me a break. The guy's terrified. He said it himself that he gave up on people because everyone is always afraid and assumes the worst of him. As if a person like that could ever be bullied. He's just taking advantage of the fact that Aki doesn't know him enough to know that. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind and I'll keep working hard. That's good. That's about all you can that's good. That's all. What the heck? That's good. That's about all you should focus on. Worry about the things you could change. I am really messing things up. Hold on. I am not tall. I am very medium. I am very average. 175, or maybe 176. Fine, I'm 175 centimeters. 5'9" for Americans. Which is me. I'm Americans. That's good. That's about all you should focus on. Worry about the things that you can change. Everything else is a waste of effort. Okay. Haruki, I'm gonna go throw this in the trash. I'll be right back. Okay. Just like that, Aki runs off in search of a trash can, completely ignoring, or entirely missing, the one right in sight, disappearing from view before I can tell him about it or even ask him not to run indoors in the middle of people. I am thick, but in real life I am kind of skinny fat. I am not that big, which makes me sad. I want to be bigger. I'll admit, your brother is a good kid. Wish Taro were a bit obedient half the time. Yeah, sure. What? What? I cross my arms, fixing Haruki with a glare. The wolf merely raises an eyebrow in response. I appreciate the help and everything, but did you really have to show off? Huh? Fuck does that even mean? Seriously, making up some sad story about how you were short and bullied as a kid? I mean, come on, you bullied? You'd rip someone's head off before they had the chance. Besides, I know of your reputation back in middle school. Your teammates didn't bully you. They were scared of you. My words hit the wolf like a bag of bricks, knocking the wind out of him. As soon as I'm done, he does a sharp intake of air, probably preparing to let it rip and yell a bunch of obscenities at me in the middle of this crowded hall. Instead, Haruki merely exhales slowly, his chest slowly deflating in front of me before he finally looks away. Yeah, well, it worked, so who cares? Your brother needed some encouragement. I wouldn't have to say stuff like that if you weren't so shit about it. Learn to be brother better, Dick Stain. Whoa! I care. Drop the act. Please don't lie to my brother. Haruki frowns, staring right at me in a way that makes me instinctively hold my breath. Whatever. Listen up, would you? He bought it and made him feel better. That's all that matters. When it comes to kids, you just gotta tell them whatever they want to hear. Trust me, makes it a lot easier. I'm sure I'm more qualified to know how to handle my brother than you. I don't even know how he bought that stupid obvious fake story. Obvious fake story? What? So you didn't believe me even for a second? But I put on such a great show. You mean to tell me that that story didn't make your gay little heart ache or something? Weird. People usually are all too eager to believe such a good sob story. You're an ass. Takes one to know one. Besides, the only reason you can call me out on it is because you know what I was like back in middle school. Who even told you that? The dog? No, your friend Kiga did. Kiga, huh? Well, he and I need to have a little conversation later if that's the case. Kiga's just like hanging off the flag, just like wedging on the flag. It's like, who did this? Ooh, money. I don't know why it didn't work.
Super chat.
Shuichi the Werewolf, $5. Wow. Been a while since I watched one of your live streams, but I tried to. Aw, thanks. Thanks for the donation. Oh, continue, sorry. But I try to binge watch every one that I miss. Love your stream and content. Also, happy 2023. Happy 2023 to you too. I don't know why the donation thing didn't go off. At least I didn't hear it. Maybe it's my settings. Did it go off for you guys? Yeah, super chat. Okay, so it worked for you guys. I'm trying to think. Maybe I didn't turn on a certain setting. Nope, it's on. The update's fun. Yeah, I just need to figure that out. Yeah, it was delayed, but whatever. Yeah, my headphone settings are kinda awkward, so yeah, that's a thing. Back to default. Alright, let's keep going. Oh boy, I might have said too much here. Sorry, man. I may have just doomed you to an early grave. Anyway, don't be too harsh on him. He was just worried about you. I don't care what he was. Dude's gotta stop messing with my mojo. Your mojo. What? What about it? Nothing. Nothing. I just haven't heard anyone younger than 30 say that. Like, ever. Still, the point stands. Let your friends worry about you. There's nothing wrong with it. You don't really let up, do you? It's one of my many qualities. Not so sure about that. Aki quickly comes back, still showing a hint of a smile on his face from earlier. Sorry it took so long. I couldn't find a trash can. There's one right here. I point at a trash can not 10 steps away from us, next to a bunch of nearby columns. There is? Oh, shoot, I totally missed that. I noticed. Lay off, would you? Ah, right. That reminds me. Haruki-san, shouldn't you be with the rest of the team? Aren't you going to play today? No, not really. How come? Did you not make it into the regulars? It's not that. My coach isn't exactly very fond of me right now. I doubt he even let me play if I wanted to. Plus, the captain went out of his way to make sure I wouldn't be picked anyway. He did? Oh, that's news to me. Yeah, well, I did tell you he and I aren't exactly friends. And he's been extra pissy with me for the past 2 weeks or so. I wonder why. Almost like it lines up with something. As Haruki says that in a real bored-like tone, his gaze slowly shifts up until he's starting to swear. It's starting to swear. His gaze slowly shifts up until he's staring squarely at me, fixing me with a glare. You don't mean... But I'm sure there is nothing there, right? What do you mean? What happened 2 weeks ago? That's, forget it. It's nothing important. Either way, the captain dislikes me the captain dislikes me special amount lately. I've been trying to stay on my best behavior and even get the coach to give me a second chance. What with him letting me stay late after practice to do some work and everything. But the dog made sure to argue against me getting to play. I'm so sorry. Oh boy, I knew Shoichi wasn't exactly happy about me talking to or about Haruki the few times that it came up, but I didn't think he'd be this bitter. This is totally not okay. I'm gonna have to talk to Shoichi about this for sure. That's really not fair. It's whatever. I don't care. But don't you want to play? That's not what I... Oh man, Haruki might be trying his best to be more polite and all since Aki is here, but it's pretty hard to miss the scowl on his face. Not to mention his tail getting all bristled and swishing behind him. Leaning against a wall only does so much to hide that. What position do you play? Oh, guess what? I helped Basket modify this line. Or, like, keep it as is, but I helped with the revisions. At least at this part. Thankfully, Aki quickly changes the subject to something else, asking the wolf an inane enough question to both catch him by surprise and snap him out of whatever the mood of his was. I'm an outside hitter right now, but I used to play opposite in my last team. How come you changed? I asked to be changed to the left on my first day here as a freshman. Kinda stuck after. You asked for it? Is it even normal for players to change positions like that? Isn't it difficult to get used to hitting the ball from the other side and everything? Why would you do that? Well, technically, if you do a a 5-1, if you technically do a 5-1 rotation, five hitters or players and one setter, then you have to hit both sides as a certain outside position, and as opposite for one row, you have to hit on the left side. So Haruki would definitely have experience on the left side. This isn't me trying to be like, oh, he never had experience, but yeah, at least you would have very little, but it's definitely not a strong suit for outsides, especially left-handed ones, like when I was doing it. But weirdly for me, I had a weird approach where I hit better on the left side than the right. I don't know, it was just weird. It was weird, man. I am the volleyball expert. I played it back in the day. Yes. Why would you do that? Wow, Aki is actually making him sweat right now. The guy is totally tripping over his words and everything. Is he really so rusty dealing with people that he struggles with this much social interaction? I guess it did kind of suck. School has a bigger focus on floor defense and closing the gaps, so our opposite is expected to be more of an all-rounder. That's why I asked to change. It's so bullshit. I love it. What do you mean? At my last school, we weren't so great at defense, so we focused on scoring at all costs. Sounds like my school back in the day. We were all offense, hardly any defense. Then I went to my college, all defense, barely any offense. Actually, no, we were weird. My sophomore year, we were pretty offense heavy, and then kind of weak on defense. It was weird. Because of that, both our opposites and our outside hitters were expected to be powerhouses more than anything. Scoring points is more important than connecting. I'm not exactly the best at digging, so I asked to switch to the left side when I came here. Doesn't that mean you're in the one position that has to deal with the setter the most? Sounds like you shot yourself in the foot with that one. Yeah, well, good to really see that one coming. The outside hitter is the one position that tends to get set the most. Especially if you have a really strong hitter there, which it seems that what Haruki is. They're honestly the garbage can for setters when they do not get a good pass. Like, if you can only set to one person, it's usually the outside. They usually try to keep it safe, but still hit it hard enough to make it challenging. In that case, that would require him and Shoichi to cooperate a lot more than usual. And with how rocky that relationship is between those two, I could see that causing a lot of conflict. I mean, I don't know much about volleyball, and even I know that. I can already imagine them failing to sync up on a play and then fighting with each other on the court. That wouldn't be good for anyone. If you're not good at digging, then what do you usually do? Mostly spiking and blocking. I'm pretty strong when it comes to spiking, and I'm good at both the sharp angles and the narrow straights. Narrow. That's always a tough one to do, just hitting straight line, because it's so easy to turn the other way and hit it the opposite direction out. Not to mention that I'm tall, so blocking is kind of given. Makes me cry. I have to jump super high to block. And then people like this are just like, my hands are already over the net just by standing here. Ugh, look at me. Screw you. My serve is kinda so-so. I can hit a strong jump serve, but I can't control it all that well. Yeah, sounds like a tall player. Sounds like a tall outside in general. Outsides love to jump serve. Setters are really back and forth. A lot of them, it really depends on the setter. They are more 50-50, I'd say. Opposites can be more jump servy. I'd say they're more jump servy. Middle blockers tend to float serve. Not the strongest servers. And that's every position. Yes, wow. The liberos can't serve in like the pros or higher divisions. Anyway, my serve is kind of so-so. I can hit a strong jump serve, but I can't control it all that well. And my all-out system isn't terrible, I guess. Which I suppose helps considering that this school doesn't run a 4-2 like my last one. Basket, I'm really sorry to tell you this, but I don't think a 4-2 exists. At least I've never seen a 4-2 done in what I played. We've only ever seen 5-1s and 6-2s. I might have to check this, because I guess it exists. How do you rotate? There's a summary. Give me the images I can only see in pretty pictures. Okay. Setter 1. Oh, so it's kind of like a... Oh, that is... Huh? What? Huh? Only 2 people blocking? Wait a minute. A 4-2 is technically a 6-2. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Because first 3 rows would be setter 1, next 3 rows would be setter 2. This diagram is bad. Ugh. Yeesh. These are some rough diagrams. I'm trying to understand what you mean. It seems pretty much like a 6-2, but I guess they call it a 4-2. I'm gonna Google the difference. Basket's gonna be like, this is what it's like in the comments. Come on, Google, go backwards. Backwards, Google. But it has 6 attackers and 2 hitters. Oh! Oh! Basket, I'm really sorry to tell you this. I'm really sorry to tell you this. I was wrong. A 4-2 makes sense. A 4-2, the 2 setters don't hit. But the tricky thing is, you only have an outside. The opposite is in the front. The setter is in the front row, sorry. So actually, yeah, they're back row technically. Setter 2, but where does setter 2 block? Do they block from the left? Do they block from the right? They block from the actual positions, serve, receive positions, base positions. Yeah, this is kind of a problem. I'm sorry, Basket. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I'm looking into this right now. I am OCD moments right now. Hyperfixation. Okay, so the difference between a 6-2 and a 4-2 is that you only have 4 people hitting, and the 2 setters only set. But the issue here is that because one setter is not setting, but they're not hitting either, they have to pass in the back row or just block in the front row. I think they just block in the front row is what I'm seeing in the diagram. So while they're in the opposite position on the right side, they only block pretty much and do not set. So you're never going to set backwards, which might reveal a little more of your setting forward instead of backwards. Because the setter is going to be on the back right side, the setter who's not setting is going to be on the front right. We do need picks because internet time. This is gonna be nuts. I am gonna go on the biggest tangent of my life. Where's the browser? I think it's window. Yeah, window capture. Oh, I already have an internet. Where is the internet? Do I already? Oh, I do. That one goes away. Goodbye. Hello, new internet. Okay. Here we go, chat. Get ready for a lesson. Pay attention. This is going to be on the quiz. Also, no, do not see my stuff on the side. There we go. Alright, class. So, this is what is known as a 4-2 rotation. This is a very bad image of it. Meanwhile, this kinda does a better job. It looks a bit old school, but it does its job. But scratch that. This one might be better. So basically, you have... This is a basic 5-1 offensive lineup. So you have one person setting, and they only set. The rest of them hit. So you have one setter, one opposite, 2 outsides, and 2 middles. So in this case, the opposite is starting in the back, I guess, for this row, but yeah, this is row 3. But basically what happens is that whenever the setter's in the front row, the opposite's just passing the back row, but they can also hit. But the setter will still set no matter what. And the opposite will still exist. And so when they get to the front row, they'll hit from the front, the setter just passes in the back row, they don't have to worry about blocking, and the outsides and the middles just do their thing, pass, hit, well, middles don't really pass, but yeah. Technically the libero replaces them, but in a 4-2, where the heck are they going to show it? They're just showing the 5-1 right now. Well, that was awkward. So let's go back to the cruddy old diagram. So this is what is known as a... I'm trying to find one that's bigger. This is what is known as a 4-2. This is where we have 2 setters hitting, or no, not hitting, I lied. This is a 4-2, 2 setters set, but nothing else. They just set, and if anything else, block and pass. Just setting, passing, no hitting, and then A, B, C, D are your outsides and middles. I guess the underlined people are middles? Oh, no, the underlined people are the blockers. These are the front 3 people. So these will be your blockers. This guy will pass in rows 1, 2, and 3. And then A, B, C, D, whoever, they just rotate. But the thing is, when they get to blocking is when it gets tricky. Because who's going to block on the right side? who's gonna hit on the right side? Well, we have to go into what's called the base position, or the defensive position. So, this does not show it either. Gosh, I have to draw this up, but basically, what happens is that even though that they start here, when it comes to blocking, setter 2 will go to block here. Setter 1 will go back to pass here. And then C and D will just be up here chilling and blocking. One of them's a middle, one of them's an outside. Doesn't really matter. Same thing repeats, 2 different guys are in the front. But note, we only have 2 outsides and 2 middles. The problem is, there is no opposite. So, if 4-2, it is impossible to have a opposite because the setter is in the opposite's position. You can only have 2 outsides and 2 middles. You always have to have somebody hitting on the outside, somebody hitting on the middle then. But on the right side, it's kind of the weird, vague area. And so, however, with a 6-2, we still have a bit of an issue. In a 6-2 volleyball rotation, those 2 setters can actually hit. So rather than those 2 setters only being able to block and pass, along with setting, whoever is the setter in the front row also gets to hit. So they become a makeshift opposite. 6-2 then would imply that Haruki actually had to set, which I don't know how good he is at setting, but yeah. So he would also have to be a setter technically, which would then be interesting because then he would then have to set in the back row. So he'd set in the back row and hit in the front row. However, a 5-1 is the only true opposite rotation system, where in that you only have 1 setter and you have 1 opposite that's directly diagonal to them. These are some really complicated ones, but we'll just go to this for simplicity's sake. Setter is always opposite of opposite. That's why it's called opposite. Plus the opposites on the opposite side of the outside. Very clever name. So in the rotation 3, this is setter is here, middle blocker, outside. These 2 could whatever swap, but once the setter goes back, the opposite hits in the front. Once the setter goes to the front row, the opposite hits from the back row. So no matter what, they are purely an opposite, and they purely do opposite things like hitting. Setter is just purely setting. So a 5-1 would work, or seem more likely for what Haruki is going through in the past. But here, it seems kind of tricky. Haruki would have to set, or just be an outside. So they would be a 4-2 now. The thing is, this school would have to run a 4-2. That's the issue, is what I have. So in this case, there would be 2 setters, no opposites. Haruki would have to be 1 outside. Shoichi would be weird. He would have to be a setter in the back row, but only a blocker in the front. He could technically do a 6-2 and become an opposite in the front, but they don't do that in this case as far as we know. So Shoichi is solely aligned to block in the front row. And then from there, he just kind of stands around and defends. So he's only setting 3 rotations instead of 6 if that were the case. If they're doing a pure 5-1, like here, then it would just be normal. We would have an opposite. We don't know who the opposite is. I think Basket told me forever back what his lore was for it, but at least as far as actually being told in the game, we don't really get that yet. So, yeah, that is the rotation system. I could try and draw it, but my goodness, we have gotten way too far down the rabbit hole. It's been 2 hours. Alright, what is happening, chat? Let's keep going. Oh, yes. When did I start going on this tangent? I'll just mark that we started again right now. I'm sorry, that was such a long tangent. honestly need a little help with gauging where that was. Was it like 140 or something? I can't rewind, chat, so I'm just gonna guess 140. Everybody goes silent when I ask for the time. I'm going to listen to myself. I'm listening to myself. I'm listening to the line right now. Oh shit, I'm starting to go on my tangents. $153. Okay. Well, I started going on the tangent at 2:02:03. There we go, muted. Alright. Oh no, 153. Gosh darn it, now I lost track. Yeah, 153 more or less. Okay. Thanks. Sorry about that. Let's resume now. 2:02:45. Alright, fine, let's keep going. Like my last one. Wow, you seem to really like volleyball. Yes! What makes you say that? You seem to like talking about it. Or at least you wouldn't be that detailed if you didn't like it. Oh no, they're finding out I like volleyball now. Help! That's not untrue, I guess. I'll admit that even with sticking to Shoichi all these years, I didn't really know what a lot of those terms are. Like, out of system, 4-2? What even are those? Sorry to ask, but what exactly does 4-2 mean? Oh god, here we go. I don't really play team sports, so I don't get it. What do I look like, Emmanuel? You have a phone. Look it up yourself. I just did. What the? What's with the difference in treatment? Sometime later, we spend time together using the power of Google to answer our questions. We spend the better part of the next hour simply talking about nothing in particular, waiting for time to pass until the morning matches finally begin. It becomes clear very quickly that I might have made Aki and I show up too early. Waiting around is a little bit of a nightmare all on its own. Granted, at least we have Haruki to keep us company. Which is a sentence I never thought I would say in my life. At least for all the 2.5 weeks that I've known him. Aki manages more or less to keep the conversation going without issues. Jumping from asking Haruki about volleyball to talking about more stuff Haruki's little brother is doing to talking about random games and stuff. This is, by far, the longest I've been in a conversation with him without him getting mad, cussing me out, or storming off. Granted, he's talking more to Aki than he is to me, but I'll take it. Somewhere during the middle of the conversation, my phone buzzed with a message from Saya-chan wanting to let us know that she'd been picked up by Keisuke, and they were going to be on their way together. She asked if we needed to be picked up too. But since Aki and I were already here, the point was kinda moot. Apparently, they'd had a minor setback when Jun insisted he could come on his own by train, only to have a panic attack when he got to the station and saw how many people were around. I don't really know what he expected from a train station on a Saturday morning. Anyone could have told him how things would have ended up. Either way, Keisuke and Saida Either way, Keisuke and Saya ended up having to turn back to pick up Jun at the station near his house, and that had delayed them a bit. I kept messaging with Saya for a couple of minutes as she caught me up with everything, finally ending the conversation by telling me they'd be here in a few. Oh yeah, I just noticed something. Haruki-san, about your shirt. We get to see the shirt! Huh, what about it? Is that a Shirayuki? Shirayuki? Is that a Shirayuki attack shirt? I guess so, yeah. What about it? Wait, really? I hadn't actually noticed it until now. Isn't Shirayuki Attack a kids show? Ha! You watch kids movies and kids shows? Ha! Cringe! And nothing! I was just asking! Yeah, I guess it is. Do you like that show, Haruki-san? God no, please spare me. Then what are you doing wearing a shirt of it? Oh no, he's got a crush on the main character! None of your business. Lay off. What? Do you have to be this prickly about everything? Sure, I can't imagine the guy being able to admit that he likes the thing without being embarrassed. Hell, I got Aki watching it once and he was mortified. As far as I know, the target audience is 8-year-olds or something. Can't imagine some gruff, edgy dude like Haruki watching and enjoying that kind of show. I know I don't, and I'm not really super picky about what I watch either. Oh, God. Hell, I still enjoy watching Hyper Buntai Ragers and Yakimo. Oh my God. I know what they're parodying. Granted, a lot of that is because of the nostalgia, but still. It's okay if you like the show. There's nothing wrong with it. No one's gonna judge you for it. Why else would you even wear the shirt? That's a lie. I'll totally judge you. And laugh. Just not to your face. Would you shut up your trap already? Before I shut it for you? Yeah. Maybe I spoke too soon on the whole longest we've gone without him getting angry thing. Ah, there they are. Nico-kun. Aki-kun. There they are. Awkward June being awkward June. Thankfully, I'm saved by the timely arrival of my friends. That's right. You're outnumbered now. How do you like that? Ha! Sorry it took us so long. We had to, Sai and Keisuke look at Jun with eyes full of pity, with the tiger notably deflating under their intense gaze. I'm sorry. It's fine. You're fine. I'm fine. Your arm, my arm is fine. We are all fine. Don't worry about it. I'll try. I didn't know you were going to have other people joining you. I'm gonna leave now. What? Don't be stupid. You don't have to leave just because our friends are here. Stay. I don't know these people. These people don't know you either. Maybe you'd like to start by introducing yourself. Excuse me? Oh God, bad start, bad start! Haruki, these are my friends, Saya, Jun, and Keisuke. Saya and Jun are seniors along with me and Shoichi. Keisuke's a junior. Maybe you two know each other. Nope. Never seen him before. Sorry. Okay, that's 2 outs. Ah, is that a Shirayuki Attack shirt? Do you like Shirayuki Attack? Fuck no. Do I look like a toddler? Oh. Kill me now! Ah! Could you possibly make a worse first impression? Actually, scratch that. I shouldn't be asking that question at all because there's a real possibility that Haruki might find a way. You didn't have to say it like that. So, Excuse me? Oh god, Saya's about to go strangle mode. As soon as Saya's expression changes into her usual quiet fury, I utter a silent prayer in my head, hoping that Haruki will have a peaceful transition into the next life. However, Keisuke places a hand on her shoulder, firmly holding the buddy in place and stopping a murder from occurring before our very eyes. Mizuguchi-san, don't. I should just go. Good idea. Saya-chan, stop that. Haruki's with me and Aki.
Yeah, I'm fine, Mizuguchi-san.
But let's not cause a scene in public, shall we?
Ugh, fine.
And Haruki-san, please be nice to our friends. Ah! Fine. Sorry about that. You and Saya are far too similar for your own good. At least it's a good thing. Oh, at least it's a good thing Aki is here to more or less talk some sense into Haruki. I still don't get why he's being so considerate when it comes to Aki, but I'm sure I won't complain about it. Wait, Haruki? Haven't I heard that name somewhere before? I don't know. Have you? You have? Isn't he the guy you told us about the other day? The one that... Oh! You mean the one who can't... Ah! Time and place! Time and place! Time and place! Show me! Ah! He's gonna kill us! Ah! I hurriedly lunged forward, clasping my hands around June's mouth and forcing him to stop talking right away. Oh, while feeling as if my blood had just frozen in my veins. Ah! What the hell are you doing saying something like that in front of everyone? Huh? Did something happen? The one who You told them about that? Oh, we're so dead! It's nothing! It's really nothing. Sounds like something. No, it's nothing! Stop asking! Oh, so it is the guy. Saya, no! Saya-chan, stop that! But, no buts, cut it out! This is a nightmare. This is really a nightmare. I never should have said anything to you people. You guys can't keep secrets to save your lives. Whatever. It's not like I can expect a thing like that to not be talked about, I guess. You're not mad? Holding it all in. Nah, it was still worth it to piss off that stuck-up priss. Listen here, you little... Stop that, Mizuguchi-san. Just a little! Let me restrict that smug face of his just a little! Stop the violence! Please stop the violence! What is even going on here? God, I wish I knew. This is chaos! Why did I think this would be so easy? Once the time had finally come for the day's matches to start, we all made our way to the stand so we could try to find good seats. Ah, wrong button. Thankfully, for as packed as the place is, there are enough games happening at the same time that we can find some ample room to sit near our team's court. Ah. Wait, yeah, our team's court. I've read that. We were initially all very hyped to watch and cheer, even despite the fact that Shoichi never came out to talk to us before the matches started. But soon, a very critical flaw became apparent. Haruki is completely incapable of keeping quiet. At first, it was only some shifting around, looking annoyed, the likes. And then... What happened? What happened? At first, There was only some shifting around, looking annoyed, the likes. I got distracted, looking and fidgeting with my phone, because I needed to sign a delivery. But as time went on, the wolf got more and more restless. He became young and the restless. Clearly not as okay with sitting on the side and watching as he initially portrayed himself to be. At first, he only mumbled his criticism, but it only got worse and worse as time went along, to the point that it eventually devolved into outright heckling. God, why are you my dad? This is like my dad when he watches his alma mater play football. Literally acts like he was on the team or as a coach, like flips out and just, so annoyed to watch. Gosh, I hate it. That's why I stopped playing sports. I hated having people get so hypercritical. Some of my favorite lines happen to be, "How the hell did you manage to get stuffed by a single blocker? The guy's a twig. There's a lot of open space around to spike to. What a wimp." Or, "Seriously? There was clearly no place for the ball to go around that triple block. Just rebound the damn thing, you moron." Honestly, he's got a point. If you have 3 people up, and you're really, if you don't see any sort of weaknesses, like people jumping in late or anything like that, usually the third blocker, the one furthest away from the hitter, is most likely to be kind of the weak link in that situation. But they all get up there properly in time and are really imposing on you. The best thing to do is rebound it. So hit it off their block, but not hard enough that it goes down too fast for you. Enough so that it goes back towards your direction, and then you pass it back up. Haruki has a valid point. Oh, and I can't forget. For fuck's sake, that was a perfect toss. How do you hit it out of bounds? Oh my god. Literally every outside hitter. It's like, God. It's like, come on, keep the ball in it. You're like, they tried. It's not like they're like, oh, I'm going to purposely hit it out of bounds. Jeez. Suffice to say, no one in our group was particularly happy. Other than some nudging or some light shushing on my part here or there, everyone else managed to keep mostly quiet, though, all things considered. However, by the end of the second set, it seemed that Saya finally hit her boiling point, as she eventually snapped at Haruki. "Could you please shut up? I don't really care about your commentary. Besides, it's my friend's team you're trash-talking here." Those of us who knew Saya well immediately began sweating uncomfortably at the very real possibility of something breaking out. However, Haruki himself seems completely unfazed. So, out of the 2 of us, who was actually part of the team? Is it you? I don't think so. So, whether you care or not, I'll keep saying whatever I want. Oh dear. It's a good thing Keisuke has had a firm grip on Saya's waist since Haruki first started talking. Otherwise, I'm really scared she might legitimately fly at him right now. If you're going to use being a team member as an excuse, then go help your damn team instead of bitching about it from the sidelines like a little bitch. Holy shit. We are having a fight on our hands, folks! Get ready for the battle of a century! I didn't expect that from Saya. I don't think any of us did. For all her temper and her tendency to snap at people, I rarely ever see her curse openly like that. It was so bad that it made me choke. "The fuck did you say to me, you bit?" As soon as the word threatens to leave Haruki's lips, Saya pulls away from Keikun's grip like it were nothing, standing up straight and looking up at the wolf with an almost peaceful smile in her face. By all accounts, it shouldn't be a no-brainer. Compared to Haruki, Saya is smaller and thinner. Her arms are maybe half the thickness of his. He looks like he could snap her in half if he wanted to. Except, Saya-chan has this almost aggressive aura about her. When she stares you down like that, you know you're beyond screwed. You, Go on. Finish that sentence. I dare you? The way her words are punctuated leaves little room for imagination. Haruki is staring down a death flag right now. A very obvious one, in fact. I silently pray that he won't be stupid enough to keep mouthing off to her right now. I would rather not see someone be thrown off the bleachers right now. Or, in fact, ever. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. Great. I'll hold you to that. That was brutal. What position did I play? Oh, I forgot to answer some of these questions. I played setter initially when I was back in middle school, and then I switched midway through high school to libero, some people pronounce it as, libero. Basically the guy in the different colored jersey who passes the ball and gets hit in the face, Scott Sterling style. Boy, did I get hit a lot. I think I still have jaw problems from that still. If you hear me choose something, you might hear my jaw click. That might be why. When did I become a panda? Well, I was, red panda forever, but giant panda over the past year, I was like, yeah, I vibe with this. I think 2 years ago was when I started dabbling with the idea of, oh, I'm a were panda, like were panda bear like this, but I'm still red panda. But then I kept using this form more and more just casually, and I was like, I vibe with this. Screw it, I'm a shapeshifter between panda bear and red panda. And that's me. Yes, Saya has gone off the rails. Haruki completely deflates, falling back onto his seat and looking down at his feet, probably nursing whatever is left of his pride after that. I hold back on the urge to try and console him. I know how it feels to be knocked down several pegs by her, but I doubt he'd want to commiserate with me about it right now. I leave the wolf to lick his wounds for now while he watch what is left of the... I leave the wolf to lick his wounds for now while we watch what is left of Shuichi's match. Yay, they won! Once the morning matches finally come to a close, we all headed back to the lobby to wait for Shoichi to come out. A little after his team finished their last match of the morning and left to the changing room, A little after his team finished their last match of the morning and left to the changing room, Shoichi shot Saya and I a message letting us know he'd come out to meet us as soon as he was done talking to his team and having their post-match briefing. Seems the duties of a captain never really end.
That was awesome! I never knew volleyball could be that awesome!
Oh god, glad to see you excited at least.
The way they move around at once, and when Shoichi-san tossed the ball, or how they zoom around the court in a second. I didn't even know where to look. Oh, it must have been such a headache for the other team. I mean, how do you even know who's going to hit it?
You look at the ball.
Huh? At the ball?
Why? Haruki, who's been mostly silent until now, solely sulking on his own while still following us behind, finally opened his mouth to say something. Which thankfully did not turn out to be an insult at least. Blockers are supposed to be watching the ball, not the spikers. If you get lost looking at the people shuffling around, you won't be able to react in time. You're supposed to keep your eye on the ball so you can read where the toss is going to. That much should be common sense. No matter how many spikers are mixing around in the court, there is only one ball.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
God damn it. You were doing so well. Why did you have to add the second half of that sentence? You. Besides, no matter how effective decoys and whatnot can be, there's nothing cooler than slamming the ball past a block with strength and skill. Those fancy, tricky plays can be fun to watch, but they're nowhere near as satisfying to do. It doesn't feel as good. I blink a few times, my mouth nearly hitting the floor. That That's so childish! Holy crap! Come on, it's so fun though! I like hitting ball. I like making ball go boom. Ball going boom is fun. Don't at me. It doesn't feel as good? What are you, 8? It seems I'm not the only one who thinks so. The complete contrast between the wolf's words and his general gruff demeanor is enough to elicit snickers from all those present. What the hell are you all looking at? Laughing at? It's nothing, Haruki-san. Don't worry about it. What's that supposed to mean? Hey guys, sorry it took me so long. Before we have a chance to reply, Shoichi spots us, jogging our direction with a smile on his face. And then he lunges at Haruki. The end. Oh, good night, Rogue Gamer? Yeah, good night, Rogue Gamer. Huh? Koizumi? Why are you here? As soon as Shoichi joins up with us and takes a look around, he finally spots the tall wolf that had been mostly obscured by us all being so tightly packed together, his smile immediately disappearing. Where else would I be? I got threatened with being kicked off the team if I didn't show up, remember? Yes, I know that much. I meant, why are you here with my friends? I'm a hostage. Excuse me? Starts blinking SOS. You are not. Would you stop that? Shoichi's eyes immediately fall on me, as if I were the one most likely to have an explanation. As if I were the one behind Haruki's presence here. And yeah, sure, he might be right this time, but I still resent the implication. Haruki-san is really nice, so I insisted he join us. Oh god, Shoichi's gonna be like... That's a lie. Instead, Aki takes over for me before I have the chance to speak, giving a very simple, matter-of-fact explanation. That invites way more questions than it answers, at least judging from the look on everyone's faces. Nice. Koizumi. Are you sure you're not confusing him for someone? I'm right here. Could you at least pretend not to look down to my face? Or please not look down on me to my face? I'm doing no such thing. Shoichi ni, Haruki-san said you are so mean to him. Are you really being mean to him? I thought we weren't supposed to be mean to other people no matter what. Oh my god, Aki. Played the child card on him. But... What? Kid? You don't. Instantly, Aki's innocent, naive-sounding question sends everyone into a tizzy, with Haruki and Shoichi both looking between Aki and one another while sputting, both clearly flustered and not knowing what to do. I'm not! Do you promise? Of course I promise. I swear I'm not, and I won't be mean to Koizumi. Yay! Aki celebrates in a childlike fashion that is incredibly unlike him. This whole thing came out so out of nowhere that we all look at each other, shocked and bewildered. No one knows what to say, and no one dares say anything that might go against Aki. Right now, he completely controls the whole flow of this conversation. This kid's a child genius. And it is then that I see it. While everyone struggles to find a way to steer the conversation away from this highly awkward, confusing topic, Aki turns to me ever so slightly. My attention drawn to him, I look at him just in time to see it. Aki clearly and cheekily sticks his tongue out at me for only a brief moment before going back to looking around as if nothing had happened. You did it on purpose! Yeah, you little shit! Holy crap, we all just got played by a child. A child. No. That's... I can't tell whether to be proud or terrified. I hope you guys enjoyed watching us out there. We did our best today. We all quickly attempt to regain our composure. jumping on Shoichi's words as everyone quickly piles on the praise and congratulations. Everyone, except for Haruki. Koizumi, what about you? Surely you have some thoughts. No. Come on, nothing? You were watching the game, weren't you? Oh, yeah. He was watching it real close. He definitely has a lot of thoughts. Saya-chan, can't you keep your mouth shut? Look who's talking. Do you want to run that by me again? No. Saya-chan! Saya-chan will kill. She will kill. What is it? Were you trash talking us or something? Of course you'd think that. You've always think the worst of me anyway. But you were trash talking them though! I mean, don't get me wrong. It really does seem like Shoichi is pretty unfair to you sometimes. But you can't act like you have zero responsibility all the time. Then what was it? What does it matter? It's not like I'll get to play anyway. Spit it out already, Koizumi. I don't have all day. The two stare at each other unflinchingly for several seconds, with me almost being able to make out the sparks fly between them. Finally, Haruki lets out a long, drawn-out sigh before straightening himself up and clearing his throat. You want my take? Fine. Akiyama's spikes are soft. He kept getting blocked way more than everyone else out there. I don't care how good he is at digging. He's not fucking libero. He needs to actually be able to stuff the damn ball. See? Seo jumped almost every... I was about to say, see? Seo jumped at almost every decoy and kept getting in the way of the receivers. Kido hit a bunch of home runs despite all the perfect tosses coming his way. Oh, and for the love of God, why were you prioritizing the right side so hard? Akiyama might be a wimp, but there's no excuse for overloading Reo so much that he was running ragged by the end of the second set. Not to mention the other team's blockers zeroing in on him and shutting him out because of it. Yeah, that checks out. Sometimes your opposites can be really strong and your outsides are weaker. That's kind of what happened my first year of college. Like, we had decent outsides, but they were on the weaker side. Well, I'm trying to think. We moved our opposite to outside. We pulled a Haruki! Well, I just remember the guy being the opposite in high school, and then when he got to the college, he started switching over. I think it was because they had an outside freshman year of his freshman year, so the year before I came in, and then that guy graduated, so then he became an outside when I was a freshman. Yeah, so that guy became outside. He was tall, that guy was fine, but the other guy we had was my height. Basically just like me being like a dynamo player that could hit. And if it wasn't for him there, maybe I could have started. I actually did start one game, which was pretty fun. I think we both started outside that game. Like, it was just two short outsides, and we're like, this is kind of fun. We may have lost the set, but it was really close. It was like 26-24, and I got a few kills. But then my sophomore year, it was like, yeah, no questions, just strong opposite all around. Or not. Well, actually, no, strong pins all around. Both our outside and our opposite were good. Our opposite was our opposite for both years I was there, so he was always strong. But then we got an outside my sophomore year, and he was killer. He was originally just going to be an opposite, and then he finally learned how to pass, and we're like, oh shit, he's actually insane. Now we have two crazy hitters, and we just tore it up with hitting. Even our middles were like pretty good. We were just big that year. Oh, autocorrect, what happened? But yeah, it makes sense if you want somebody zeroing in on like one hitter. Like, if they're just setting one guy, you could put up a triple block at that point. Like, it's that easy, because you're just like, okay, we know the timing, it's going there, we'll just all block at the same time. If you're changing up directions, that third blocker has to keep an eye on the other player. The middle has to keep an eye on everybody, but they're in the middle, so they can really shuffle back and forth. those pins outside and opposite really have to focus on their assigned pin. So, yeah, setting Rayo their opposite the whole time really is gonna get too hard on him, and yeah, we'll tire him out. And if you don't set your weaker players enough, you're not gonna give them enough momentum to really outsmart them, because you want your shorter players to outsmart with your hits. You don't need them as much to smash like Haruki would. You want to be able to at least get them to tool, or basically get between the seams. You want them to basically be kind of your snipers in a sense. Your opposites that are bigger like that will be more like smashing. I've never really seen opposites that are like smaller outsides where they are snipers or sharpshooters. But then again, I'd always play with tall opposites because competitive volleyball, yeah, everybody was tall. But I like to play opposite once in a while, and I was okay at it. I was very okay. 260 pages, jeez! You're writing a book? If so, good luck. Holy crap. Awesome. I'm writing a visual novel, so it doesn't have pages. Alright. They were shutting him out because of it. I was doing that? Yes, I get that Akiyama's spikes are useless most of the time and Kido has having an off day. But your ball distribution sucked. It already sucks ass most of the time, but today it sucked even more ass than usual. Excuse me, you don't... What I was saying is, learn to pass the ball more evenly between your teammates, you moron. There's no point in composing. There's no point in compensating for the people that have a weak offense and your tosses are predictable. There's no point in compensating for the people that have a weak offense if your tosses become predictable because of it. Haruki? Once the wolf is finally done with his rant, Haruki stands still, breathing heavily and catching his breath after getting all of that off his chest without a single pause to breathe. Wait a minute, is Akiyama the libero? The libero? I know they do have a libero, and I have the pages for it. I have the Basket official story, and I will spoil every single thing. No, I'm not. I'm just gonna get the names down because Rayo was the opposite. I did draw fan art in like 2019, 2020 of like the whole team because I was like, hey Basket, can I draw the whole team as fan art? Who are the other players? And Basket was like, yeah, sure, here it is. And he was like, okay, cool. And then I drew it. I look back and go, it's not good art, but it was fun. Okay, it was here in the Tennis Ace folder. Tennis Ace description. Random stuff from Basket. No, it's gonna open it up in the browser, because I don't have Adobe on my PC. Akiyama is the wing spiker. And a red panda. And also 4 centimeters taller than me, so makes me very sad. Very sad. Rayo was the right spiker. Yes, Sayo, it's the middle. That's why he got thrown off so much. He's a tall, lanky blocker, but yeah, if you keep getting thrown off like that, damn, you're really gonna make your pins' lives way harder. Because then it's only a single block. Like how, like, the guy kept missing the single block hits or whatever was not doing well. It's like, if that guy was doing well, bam, that would be just, oof. That'd be death. Oh no, Ikajiri, Minato Ikajiri was the libero, so didn't talk about him. I forgot who he mentioned. Akiyama spikes. Kido. There's... Kido was the other middle. Yeah, so who was the other outside? Who is the replacement for Haruki? Dun dun dun! It's not mentioned here. Also, the title is in Portuguese. Shoichi taking all burdens just like the student council. Yes, putting the whole world's weight on him. Okay. Once the wolf is finally done with his rant, Haruki stands still, breathing heavily and catching his breath after getting all of that off his chest without a single pause to breathe. Unlike me. How come you never said any of that during practice? You're still asking that? What even's the point? The only person in that stupid team that even tries to listen to me is Rayo. If I said anything like that during practice, you'd find some reason to ignore me or shut me up like you always do. Koizumi is picking a fight again as usual. Isn't that what goes through your stupid head of yours all the time? But seriously, for fuck's sake, if you're not going to let me play, at least get someone that isn't a complete and total wimp on the left. Akiyama is too weak. It's painful to watch. So the players that were mentioned were Rayo, Kido, the middle guy, I forgot his name already, damn! But I swear, they only mentioned 4 guys, I thought. Where's the 5th? I really am trying to figure this out. I'll have to reread. But it was painful to watch. I see. Unable to come up with a proper response to the wolf's words, Shoichi merely stares at him in a daze, his mouth hanging open. To be fair, none of us can really say anything. What do you even say to that? At least from my opinion, Haruki hardly ever says anything other than random cursing or yelling. Seeing him actually give criticism is new. And it's all stuff that I myself wouldn't have noticed. I guess it explains all the grumbling he was doing during the match. Literally, my dad will be like that, where it's like, you should have done X play like this, and you should have tossed it to the left and not gone through the middle, or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, he actually sounds like a legit coach when he's criticizing his team. He's not like, why didn't you catch the ball? Well, he'll do that once in a while for things that are like, obviously, like, so close, or things that fans like to see as, oh my gosh, you should have. But for the most part, it's like, most of his criticisms are like actual, like, things that I'm like, how do you know this shit? You never played. But you grew up with it, so I get it. And his brother, my uncle, coaches it too, so it's like, they talk about it all the time. Honestly, my entire dad's side of the family just talks about it, and it's like, go to a family reunion on that side, oh, gotta talk about this football. And their alma mater. But that does explain all the grumbling during the match. This is stupid. Bye! While we all look around in the daze, the awkward silence looms for so long while it seems to eventually piss Haruki off. It seems to piss Haruki off. Grumbling, the wolf begins walking away. Wait, come back! What? Koizumi, what are you doing? Where are you going? Home. Kick me out of the team if you want. I don't care anymore. It's not like you'll ever let me play anyway. But, Haruki-san! Sorry, kid. Oh, no! Haruki completely ignores all our protests. When I tried to reach my hand to stop him, he quickly snaps my hand away, as if he anticipated I was about to do that. Leave me alone. The 6 of us watch him disappear soon after, leaving the building without another look back. No. It took us a while for any of us to snap out of it long enough to even try to get things back on track. Although we soon decided to leave together to get something to eat before Shoichi had to come back for the last game of the afternoon, the truth is that the mood remained awkward for the rest of the day. When I looked at Shoichi from the corner of my eye, I could see him fidgeting nervously on his seat, barely picking at his food. Oh, well, that was day 14. Day 15, the final day of the update. I need to add the timestamp. 2:45. Alright, day 15, let's get it. I'm pretending we're at 2:15, 2:45, 30, whatever the time is. Let's get started then. Oh, actually, ahead of track. Good. Here we go, back onto the screen. Once again, Aki and I came here a bit earlier. Well, a bit earlier than we probably should have. Although for a completely different reason this time. Yesterday is because I was feeling restless and dragged us here for far earlier than was necessary. Today it was because of Aki wanting us to be here in case he needed to mediate for Haruki again. Not only did he realize that Haruki was controlling his behavior a lot more due to him being around, but he even intentionally began leaning on it to smooth things over yesterday. Go play foosball with your friends! Oh my god, Alejandro! Did you seriously do a Waterboy reference? It's scary how perceptive and manipulative he can be for his age. I'm glad he's not using his power for evil, at least. Still, once we arrived and started looking around, the only one we managed to spot was... Shoichi. There's Shuni. Let's go say hi once he's done talking to his teammates. Imagine if we got sprites of all the teammates right now. I would literally fall on the floor and cry and piss. It's clear from the way he's carrying himself that he's given them instructions of some kind, but I can't make out what they're saying from here. But even then, there's something else I want to prioritize first. Aki, can you go get some soda or something for a bit? But I'm not thirsty. I get that, but can you leave me to talk to Shuichi alone for a bit? It's important. Why do I have to leave for you to do that? It's adult conversation. We talk about the boobie. We talk about the ball. We talk about the dick. You can't keep using that excuse every time you want me to go away, you know. Say that again when you're some 6 years older, okay? Ugh, fine. But I'm not going to keep walking around without anything better to do. If you take too long, I'm coming back no matter what you say. Sure. Just make sure to stay somewhere where I can see you. You can't tell me what to do. Or you can tell me what to do, but you don't get to tell me how to do it. With those words, Aki quickly walked away as I asked of him, if with a bit of more lip than I would have liked. I stayed on the silence for a couple more minutes, waiting for an opportunity to present itself. Finally, when Shoichi's team started heading inside, I quickly walked up to them and grabbed Shoichi's sleeve real quick. What, Nico? What are you doing? Sorry about that. Can you guys go on ahead? I need to borrow him real quick. Shoichi's teammates share a few looks before finally agreeing, leaving the two of us alone to talk for a bit. What's this about? Did something happen? Kinda. I didn't really know how to bring this up, but after yesterday I felt like I had to. I was gonna do it after the competition was done for the day, but you headed home before I could talk to you. Gotcha. Sorry about that. I need some space to clear my head. I get that, but I really need to talk to you. What about? Haruki. Why him? As soon as Shoichi groans, I quickly raise my hand, jabbing my finger at him in a gesture that makes him flinch momentarily. That kind of reaction is why we need to talk. Look, I get that the two of you are probably never going to be friends at all, but the way you talk about him or to him is pretty damn unacceptable. What? Where's this coming from? Every time the conversation involves him, you act super disgusted. Whenever you see him, you immediately start frowning and glaring at him. You're supposed to be the team captain. How can you get away with being so hostile to one of your teammates? God, are we seriously going there? Why is that such an issue? That's not what I... Screw it. Come with me real quick, okay? We're gonna have angry sex. What are you? Whoa! Not here. The closet! We are going to the closet again! Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Shoichi grabs me by the hand, leading me down further into the building until we reached a comparatively deserted corridor. Once there, he looked around to make sure no one could see us before opening a random door. Going inside, I blinked a few times trying to readjust my vision. Yeah, the sexy uniforms are indeed sexy. We've never seen a Libero jersey from this team, but gosh, I imagine it being awesome. Both are awesome. It's dark in here, and kinda dusty. What the? If you're going to yell at me or whatever, I don't want to do that shit in public. This is at least a little more private. I come here every now and again during competitions when I need to be alone with my thoughts. Seriously? In a janitorial closet? You have got to be kidding me. So, what exactly is this about? Why are you so pissy over someone you don't even know? That's what you're calling it? Me being pissy? Sure, makes it a lot easier to pretend like I don't have a point if you can act like I'm just being pissy. What else am I supposed to call it? You don't know the guy at all. You don't know what you're talking about. Actually, I'm pretty sure I know him better than you do at this point. What's that supposed to mean? If it means that even though you've been in the same team for the year, I somehow knew more about him after a week than you do. Like, the fact that half the shit you told me about him turned out to be wrong. Like him being involved with shady people or that he's dangerous. I said they were rumors. You treat him as if they were true. Which I get up to a point. It's easy to be influenced when you don't know the truth, but also doesn't change the fact that it's your fault I treated Haruki like that too. What do you want from me, you? Just... I'm not you, I'm Knee! Stop being so hard on him. You've got the wrong idea about him. Oh, really? Enlighten me, then. You know, it's not my place to go talking about someone else's private life. Just because he told me doesn't mean I can go blabbing. That doesn't stop you from reportedly asking me to blab. Well, two wrongs don't make a right, right? Look, just trust me, okay? Haruki isn't a bad guy. When have you ever known me to be a bad judge of character? Shoichi continues staring at me with some bored, unconvinced eyes. For a while, we stand locked in on an impasse. Finally, Shoichi lets out a long, drawn-out sigh. Is that all you've got? Trust me, and a refusal to give me anything concrete? Need I remind you that you weren't all that different from him when I met you? And I'm the one who dragged a decent person out of that amongst the angst and drama. Are you really throwing that on my face right now? I was 6. Yeah, well, if the shoe fits, you're a dick. It gets results sometimes. Shoichi sighs once again, pinch the bridge of his nose with his fingers and rubbing it in slow, circular motions. Fine, fine. If it's that important to you, I'll try to lay off him a little. Not a little, massively. Don't push it, you. Gah. Feel like I'm not done speaking my mind, but I doubt Shuichi would be willing to hear me out more than he already has right now. Oh, good day. Good day, Slow Panda. Have a good one. He could be so stupidly stubborn once he has his mind made up about something. Come on, there's got to be something I can say to make Shoichi a little more willing to believe me. Is there anything I could tell him that wouldn't be breaking Haruki's confidence? Think, Niku, think! Brain blast! Oh. Remember to hydrate. That's right! There was that. By the way, that day when I saw you and Haruki in the locker room after he was kicked out of practice because of the bruises on his face? Yeah, what about it? Are you going to tell me I was too harsh then too? Yes, because I know Haruki didn't get into a fight or anything of the sorts. And how would you possibly know that? Because I was there when he got that bruise. I wiped the blood off his face and everything. You... What? That's about the reaction I expected. And yeah, I had completely forgotten I could talk about this. While Haruki didn't tell me the context between what I saw until a while later, I still did see it with my own eyes. I'm not betraying his trust if I tell Shoichi. I was heading home after grocery shopping and heard a crash from the alley next to the store. I went in there thinking someone was hurt or needing help and saw Haruki pinned up against a wall and was being attacked by a tall, burly dude. Haruki's face was already pretty messed up then, but he wasn't trying to fight back or anything. The guy was screaming at him, but Haruki just stared back at him without doing anything. And I don't know if he could have beaten the guy, but I know he could have at least put up a fight for sure. It wasn't until I called out and said I was calling the police that Haruki did anything. Even then, he just pushed the guy away from him. That's a... what? You got yourself involved? Why would you do that? Are you insane? You could have gotten hurt! You are so missing the point. What even is the point? That Haruki didn't start that fight. He didn't even fight back. But you still kicked him out of practice and punished him all the same. No, all you told me was that you saw him losing a fight. You told me nothing that could indicate he didn't start it. Excuse me? How can you be this stubborn to this degree? Now you're insisting on being wrong. And I can't tell him why I know Haruki didn't start the fight either. If I told him that he was getting shaken up for money, not only would I be telling him something Haruki told me that would be probably just make Shuichi even more suspicious. God damn it, you stupid stubborn knucklehead. The guy was screaming gibberish at him, was clearly drunk. What exactly do you think Haruki would have done to start a fight with a random drunk? Kicked his feet from under him? Come on, get real. Obviously, I can't know that, but neither can you. If he'd gone to the trouble of starting a fight, don't you think he would have been part of it instead of just letting himself be beat up? Does he really seem like the kind of person who just takes a beating for the hell of it? No, there's no way he'd do that. See? But if that was the case, why didn't he say something about it when it was relevant? Why would you have to be the one telling me? Did any of you ask? Haruki said you made your minds about what happened without asking him. Did you even give him a chance to explain? There we go. It should be fine if I only say this much, right? I do feel bad about lying to Shoichi, but it's still better than breaking confidence. I've barely gotten Haruki to talk somewhat civilly. Yeah, civilly. I was about to say civically. Civilly to me. The last thing I need is to give him a reason to stop. With how paranoid he is, he's probably looking for a reason not to trust me. He was late to practice and his face was all banged up. Coach and I assumed he got into a fight after class and that was the reason he was late. So we tore into him and Coach kicked him out for when he started picking a fight. Or when he started picking a fight. Did he pick a fight or did he try to explain himself? I don't know. Don't you think that you should have at least heard about as the captain? Maybe. Maybe. I still don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe you. I'm willing to admit that I've been jumping to conclusions about him, but I still don't know what actually happened. You really are stubborn. I want to take care of my team. Is that so bad? Haruki is part of your team. Why aren't you taking care of him? This should work. It's a little bit of a slow blow. It was a little bit of a low blow since I know just how seriously Shoichi takes his position as captain and how protective he is of the team. But right now, I think I need to punch below the belt a little bit if I want to shock some sense into him. I'm not saying you need to be best pals with the guy. He is a huge pain in the ass and rude as hell, but that doesn't mean you should always assume the worst about him. Take a sip. Uh-oh. Shuichi's gone super quiet now. Was that too far? Still there? Yeah. I just have a lot on my mind right now. Sorry about that. It's not something you have to apologize for. I'll need to think things through for a bit. No kidding. Ugh. And I thought my talk with Coach yesterday was already unpleasant. What talk? Oh, after what Koizumi said before leaving yesterday, I went to Coach to talk to him about it. Don't tell me you two were talking about actually kicking him off the team. Of course not. I was talking to him about how Haruki had a point. You were? Why do you look so surprised? I didn't expect it, that's all. It just seems so reasonable. I thought you'd have been pissed off after the way he talked yesterday. I mean, you looked pissed when Haruki was talking, and now you tell me you went back to talk to your coach about it? I thought you were going to use it as a reason to kick him out. Lord knows you don't like him. Ugh, I hate to admit it, but he did have a point about all the things he said. I started reviewing the match in my head. Doesn't even pull up a TV or recording. He's just like, I reviewed this in my mind, and noticed he was spot on with his criticism. I don't know much about volleyball, so I'm not sure what you mean here. His insults and name-calling Ritsu aside, he noticed a lot of things that I was His insults and name-calling Ritsu aside, he noticed a lot of things that I was so focused on the match to notice. I didn't even realize I'd been shifting the offense to the right and overwhelming Kirihara so much. And I don't really know the names of anyone on his team, so I'll just nod along and pretend I know what he's talking about. I hate admitting it, but we're a bit lacking in power to punch through the opposite blocks. Or the opposing blocks. Our two strongest spikers graduated last year, so we've only had Kirihara left. And he's not even that strong. He's just really good at tooling the block. Tooling? Oh, I know this phrase. Tooling. When you hit the ball off the block to purposely make it go out of bounds. Usually, this is done when the block is not good enough to fully actually hit the ball back on your side, or to make it land into your side of the court. You try and hit it in a location where the hand, or arm, is at a exposed point, either maybe not turned at the proper angle, or just getting up there too late or early. And when that happens, you hit that weak spot and make the ball go out of bounds. And that is how you tool and score a point. If you need extra power, then why don't you let Haruki play? He seems plenty strong. Or is it just that he's not good enough to earn a spot? Oh, no, he's plenty good enough already. He's probably the best player on our team right now. Just didn't think it could work with the rest of the team, so Coach and I have been keeping him in the bench so far. Better than you? Oh, you're asking the wrong person about that. As if I could give you an unbiased opinion about that. Fair enough, I guess. Still, if the guy's really that good, then it's a huge waste to keep him out of it just because he's a little prickly. Or, well, very prickly. With how into it he seemed while watching the game yesterday, something tells me he's the type to focus so hard once he's in that kind of zones everything else out. As if that's the case, and if it is, he might not be that much of a pain in the ass once he's actually playing. Of course, I'm only making assumptions here. I can't really know that, but... Well, Haruki really isn't unreasonable. He's a dick pretty often, but if he actually flies off the handle, there's usually a reason. Maybe I'm putting too much trust into someone I've only known for a little while. But I don't know. At the very least, I have a gut feeling that I'm right on this one. And I had the same gut feeling when it came to Shoichi way back when, so... How did the talk with your coach go then? We agreed to let Koizumi play today. This match is too important to let petty issues get in the way. The team deserves for me to do everything I can to help us win. You did? How could I not? After he gave such clear feedback and ended with, "It's not like you'll ever let me play anyway." But, do you think Haruki will actually show up today? After the way things ended up yesterday? I wouldn't be surprised if he assumed he was off the team and didn't show up at all. I hope so. I tried calling him after Coach and I talked, but he never answered his phone. Coach had to call his home number and ask his mom to pass along the message, but we haven't actually heard from Haruki since. That's concerning. You have no idea. I'm sticking my neck out for him, so I hope he comes through. I don't think it really counts as sticking your neck out for him when you're actually making up the unfair treatment you've been giving him. But I probably should keep my trap shut on that. Shoichi already seemed plenty upset earlier. Is it really that hard to trust him? He's given me no reason to do so far, so why should I? I guess that's a fair point. I can't exactly put all the blame on Shoichi for this either. I hope it works out for the best. So do I. I want to see this team through the national competition. I really owe them this much at least. You already got them there once before during the national sports tournament. There was a second tournament? Oh yeah, I forgot. They have like a spring tournament, but all the seniors are like, nope, we can't play in it because we're seniors and we're taking a test. Or well, they're not. Yeah, they're allowed to, but it's just like everybody's like, college. Man, if we took college that seriously, man. Yeah. And then we got eliminated in the first round because I got sick and couldn't play. Not to mention that the only reason we managed to do it was because Shiro Tech lost in the quarterfinals due to a lot of their players getting sick right before the match. Not exactly the most pleasant experience, don't you think? Well, I can't argue with that. All I can say is, I'll look into this Koizumi issue, okay? I'll try talking to him later to at least settle things one way or the other. If it turns out that I have been unreasonable, then I'll do my best to be a little more understanding. It's just... He gets under my skin. The guy's so unpleasant it pisses me off. Do I dare point out that he used to be the exact same way? He already accused me of throwing it in his face once today, so maybe I should refrain from it now. Can't argue with you there. Besides, if even Aki-kun was defending him and saying he's a nice person, then I have to admit there might be something I've overlooked. Wasn't too sure whether to do something about what Koizumi said yesterday, or not until Aki-kun spoke up for him. Ah, so Aki's influence is smoothing things over once again. That's terrifying. Well, I should probably get going now. We need to focus before the match, so I shouldn't be away for long. If you see Koizumi, I tell him to come straight to the locker room. And tell Aki-kun I said hi. Will do. Shoichi waves at me one last time before stepping away, breaking into a half jog as he heads to wherever the rest of his teammates are right now. I guess the talk didn't go horribly. At the very least, he didn't explode on me or anything. Then again, Shoichi really isn't the type to explode in the first place. I've probably been spending too much time with Haruki if I've started worrying about that sort of thing happening. Which is sad, because I've barely even spent any time with Haruki in the first place. It's been a week and my notion of normal is already skewed. Yeesh. I look around for any sign of Aki, but I can't seem to find him anywhere. He really was serious when he talked about me not being allowed to tell him how to do stuff, huh? Ah, little brat. He's probably been doing it to spite me. Oh yeah, hey, welcome in, Trevor. I decided to go looking in the direction I'd see Aki take off in earlier, checking to see if I can find him anywhere. Thankfully, there's a lot less people around today, since there are only 2 schools left in the competitions. I guess it makes sense. Really, they only have 1 match today. They just have the whole gym to themselves. That's nuts. It takes a couple of minutes, but I finally spot him sitting off on a far-off bench and on his phone. Took me a while to find you. Did you really have to go that far? Huh? Did you finish talking to Shuni? Yeah, he went inside with the rest of the team. What are you doing? Talking to Hithaka-chan. You're messaging Hithaka? Yeah, why? You think we won't talk just because you two don't include her in anything anymore? Us too? What do I have to do with it? I still talk to Hithaka at least once a week in school. It's not my fault Shoichi stopped inviting her places. Besides, doesn't she have her own friend group? I said nothing like that. Could you please not put words into my mouth? I just wanted to know if she was coming over today or not. Oh, no, she's not. She said something about Shuni being mean and telling her not to come last week. So now she isn't coming to teach him a lesson. He told her not to come, so her way of teaching him is not to come. I never said I thought it was a good plan. What is it with those two? Why are they so weird to each other? I don't get it. You two are brother and sister, for fuck's sake. I guess that explains why I didn't see her yesterday. Yeah, she was pretty mad. What even happened? Oh, I'm not sure. She said something about finding Shuni didn't invite her to a party. I don't really know what that means. Oh. Right, Takehiko-san's welcome home party. I almost forgot about that. The whole thing was a lot of work to organize, but then the day of it turned out to be incredibly boring. Shuichi and I just stood on a corner serving food to guests while they talked about business something or other. We had no idea what was even happening. I did ask Shuichi if he was going to invite Hithaka, but I had so much on my mind that I completely forgot to follow through on that. Hell, I barely even managed to get the preparations done in time. Since you're already talking to Hithaka-chan anyway, you should keep talking to her and keep her updated on how the match is going. Even if she's mad at him, I know she cares about how Shoichi's competition goes. She never missed one until now. She always cheered the loudest. Was going to do that even if you didn't tell me. Well, that's good. At least I can trust Aki to take care of those kinds of things for me. Could do without the snark, though. In the meantime, I guess I'll check stuff out on my phone to kill time. It'll be a while before the match starts and no one else here is here either. I imagine Saya will be picked up by Keisuke once again. I really want to ride on the limo at least once, but I couldn't afford to wait until the time they'd probably arrive. On the other hand, Jun told us yesterday that he had some kind of important appointment today that he couldn't skip, so he wouldn't be able to come to watch. Ugh, this sucks. For the next several minutes, Aki and I basically sit in silence, browsing our phones without without talking or even acknowledging one another. I completely zone out for the rest of the world, checking out my favorite sites and going on a scroll binge, reading some funny stories and whatnot, and otherwise being a completely unproductive piece of shit. Hey! Granted, there's not much productivity to be had while sitting in a public space and waiting for an event to start, but still. It's not until I feel something, or rather someone, lightly kicking my foot that I look up. Oh, there he is. Huh? Haruki, yeah. Good morning. Whatever. Why do you look so unhappy to be talking to me? You're the one that came up to me. Good morning, Haruki-san. Morning, kid. Okay, the different treatment was kind of cute and interesting yesterday, but I'm already starting to get tired of it. Glad to see you come today. I didn't think you'd show up. Yeah, well, I didn't want to, but after they called my home and talked to my mom, she passed the message along when my little brother was around, and then... Ugh. Oh, wait. That's the little kid.
Ah, Nichan, slow down. You walk a lot faster than me.
Oh, yes, it's the little kid. Little Haruki. That. A little wolf comes up to us, stopping right next to Haruki and looking up at him. I immediately recognize him as the little boy from the park, Haruki's younger brother. Oh, hi there.
You're the one from the park.
Yeah, I suppose we did meet there.
You too.
The little wolf turns to Aki, greeting him with a large smile on his face. Aki, in his place, also smiles and greets the boy right back. Taro insisted I had to show up today.
Of course you did. I want to watch you play, Nichan.
Yeah. So you're going to play after all? If they grovel and beg me enough. Why do you sound so unconvincing when you say that? Do you just not want to admit that you're excited by the idea of playing? I mean, your tail is swaying over ever so slightly behind you. You're good at holding your real thoughts in, but even you can't escape from that sneaky tail action. We'll be counting on you to help us win then. Yeah, well, we'll see about that. Meantime, I need to ask you for a favor. That felt gross to say. Again, you're the one that came to me. What do you need? Can you two look after Taro? I need to head to the locker room now and get ready. Yeah, of course. Good. If anything happens to him, you and I will have words. Okay. All of a sudden, I'm not sure that I feel good about this anymore. The closer we get to the match starting, the more nervous I begin to feel. Even if I was relieved by Sai and Keikun arriving, the relief was momentary at best. We had a few minutes to talk before we began heading inside to prepare for the match. As the clock continued to tick, we watched the players come in and begin their warm-ups. Even if I'd seen this exact matchup happen several times over the past few years, it's still wild to see how much attention it gets compared to other matches. The finals of any large competition can be kind of insane. Local news is completely swarming the place. It just drives home how big the stakes are. Shoichi has said multiple times before that he would leave the volleyball team once they are done with the inter-high so he can focus on studying for his college entrance exams like most of the other seniors. Even if I find that decision to be completely incomprehensible, it doesn't change the fact that he's completely set on doing it. If he loses here, this will be the end of his volleyball career. Knowing that, I can't avoid the sensation of a pit growing on the base of my stomach. And looking around at Saya, Keikun, and Aki, that feeling seems to be quite mutual. In fact, the only one who seems to be in the good mood is...
Nichan, do your best!
Yeah, I suppose that's to be expected. Oh, I feel sick. I know that feeling.
Huh? How come? Did you eat something weird, ma'am?
Ma'am, oh god, that makes Saya sound so old. She doesn't mean sick as in ill. It's not that literal.
Oh. It's figurative, Koizumi-kun.
Figurative? The little wolf cocks his head to the side, seemingly not understanding the meaning of the word. Aki smiles bitterly, probably tried to mask his own annoyance. The two may look around the same age, but they are quite different. If Urata's team loses here, this will be the end of his volleyball career.
Huh. But isn't that normal? What's the big deal?
Taro-kun. I know you told me to be rude or anything, but at least notice how people are staring at you right now. Don't make us say this stuff out loud. The dread is already bad enough as is.
Besides, it doesn't matter. Nichan will win for them. You'll see.
Oh no, you're gonna break my heart. Instead of noticing the clear dissatisfaction between us, the mini Haruki instead opts to act offended at us for even thinking of his brother's team losing, trying to still instill into us the same confidence he seems to feel. Oh. I yawned for a second. These two look so similar, but they couldn't be more different.
I hope so. Shoichi did say he was a little excited to have the guy playing.
He did? Oh, he didn't say any of that to me.
He told me about it last night out on the phone. Said he was half worried about him having them having another fight and half excited to see that Haruki guy is supposed to be really good. Still don't like him, but at least I hope he can be useful.
Sai-chan, maybe you should refrain from saying that last part when his little brother is with us, even if you're going to whisper it. I'm glad Taro-kun doesn't seem to have heard you. At the very least, seeing the players warm up and do practice spikes is an interesting experience. When it's Haruki's turn to spike, he jumps quite high, crushing the ball with a loud thud as it echoes through the whole court as the ball hits the floor. Even Shoichi seems to be caught by surprise, staring at the wolf while completely frozen in place. Haruki, on the other hand, has a completely satisfied look on his face, as he looks down at his own hand, wearing a smile that looks so completely out of place on his own face. I was just imagining looking at his head like in Evangelion where, who is it? Shinji looks at his hand in that one scene! Oh, it's so horrible. And yet, the sight of it serves to calm me a little. I don't even know why. I guess even a guy like him can make these kinds of expressions sometimes. To be honest, he'd look a lot better if he'd made those kinds of faces more often. After a few more minutes of this, the two teams finish their warm-up drills, being called to line up so that the match can begin. Oh, I feel sick. Oh no. Oh no, it's spreading. With a quick sound of the whistle, the main referee calls the captains over to shake hands and do the starting coin toss. Their captain, a tall, well-built deer with trimmed, tipped antlers, gives Shoichi what seems to be a warm greeting, all while wearing an impish smile on his face. Shoichi smiles widely in response, an incredibly forced smile that makes me immediately realize that he's pissed. The sweeter Shoichi's fake smiles, the more angry he is. For someone that knows him well, it's pretty easy to tell. I guess they want the toss. Ah, that sucks. How come? Their captain is serving first, and if I remember correctly, that guy's the best server on their team. Aki, Sai, and I nod along to Keisuke's words, recalling the last match between the two teams earlier last year. I won't go on my way to say that Shirotech's team is overwhelmingly better, but I do recall them all having an advantage as far as basic skills are concerned. I think the only thing we used to have the upper hand on is our serve. If I remember correctly, Minami's team used to have 3 players capable of doing a jump serve last year, and 2 of them were seniors that have since graduated. With Shoichi being the only one left, unless one of the other players practiced enough to be able to do one, he might be at a disadvantage when it comes to that. On the other hand, I remember Shiro's current captain and one other senior being able to jump serve last year. Without being able to know if that number has gone up or down, I would say that they are at least even on that regard. It all comes down to how many other players picked up jump serves from then to now. Still, the deer, wearing the number 4 shirt and playing the position of right side hitter, takes the ball and walks away with it to the edge of the court as all the other players on the court get in position. When the referee sounds the whistle, the deer extends the ball in front of him, cupping it from below with one hand and taking a deep breath. The deer tosses the ball straight into the air, quickly running after the ball with 3 large steps as he swings both of his arms backwards, his third and final step echoing loudly as he propels himself into the air. With one loud, resounding smack, the ball goes flying towards the opposing team's side, our side so fast that Shoichi barely has time to bark out a command as one of the strikers on the back line, a shortish red panda, dives after the ball, nearly managing to make contact before the ball slams to the ground. Sorry. That's me! I apologized. The red panda apologized for something as he tries to get up on his knee, looking at the ball that's right now flying high towards the net with a ridiculous spin. Oh, he got it. I thought the ball hit the ground when he tried. Good job, Ritsu. How can he even serve the ball like that right from the start? Shoichi runs after the ball, but the initial dig flew so far off course that he barely manages to bump the ball with an underhand toss, sending it flying towards their middle blocker. Not a good idea. Don't set the middle blocker on an off-system pass. Shoichi, you should know this. Set the outside. The ferret jumps after the ball, hitting it right before it begins the downward descent, with the ball slamming right into the awaiting block being shut down entirely as it lands back into our team's court with an echoing thud. Ugh. Yeah, see, this is why you don't set the middle on an off-tempo pass, or an out-of-system pass.
Super chat.
What? 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 Shining Chaos? Shining Chaos, what? $200? What are you doing? Thank you so much, but... Oh my lord! No, this can't be real. Thank you so much, though, if it is. I really appreciate it. Man, I really appreciate it. Been a while since Master Entertainer been meaning to give you something. Aw, you're too kind. So sweet. Pretty late, unfortunately. We're 3.5 hours in, but day 15 is like probably midway through. Yes, love you. Alright, Keisuke groans loudly next to me, very obviously frustrated. Wrong button. I didn't know how Sirs could be so strong. Is the panda okay? He's fine. Shoichi's Sirs are stronger than that. I'm sure that's how he was even able to bump that on the first try. Barely. I guess Shukun wasn't the only one upgrading his serve recently. Even though that much should have been a given, we still share a group sigh, having hoped that Minami could get off to a better start by taking the first point. Once more, the deer takes his position to serve, measuring the number of steps from the service line and starting his pre-serve routine once again. I'm not quite sure why, but I immediately get this weird feeling as if something were wrong, like a prickling on the back of my neck that I can't quite pinpoint. The deer tosses the ball in the air, quickly chasing after it and jumping into the air. Up until then, everything seems normal and fine. However, the moment his arm swings to meet the ball, instead of the loud crashing that we all were expecting, he instead taps the ball much more lightly, sending it flying on a slower trajectory with a much less spin than before. Oof. This is really hard to do an off-tempo serve like that. The defenders momentarily tense up, having readied themselves to jump at a moment's notice before being faked out. That second of hesitation causes them to be late reacting to the ball. The middle blocker on the back runs after the ball, falling to his knees and trying to get it, but the ball wobbles strangely in the air, diverted its trajectory at the last second and instead hitting the squirrel in the chest before falling down to the floor. What the hell is that? Was the ball wobbling? But how? Hybrid serve? Are you kidding me? Hybrid serve? I never heard of that in my life. What is that even supposed to be? You know what that was? Kinda. I remember Shochan pointing it out to me that one time when he made me watch a game between USA and... Ugh, crap, I don't even remember what the other team was. Uruguay or something? Either way, he kept going on and on about it's being really difficult technique when you pretend to do a jump serve, but then hit a floater at the last second. I don't even remember all the merits of it since he kept going on and on about it. All I remember is him seeing it fakes out the other team and it's hard to receive. So that's what it was. Like a jump floater. I remember seeing them every now and again when cheering Shuichi on, but the running approach for it was way different. Not to mention that they wobbled a lot more in the air. Guess that's why they call it a hybrid. It's a little bit of both, If you ask me, it just sounds like a headache. I don't get it. You and me both. I think that might be the first thing you two have agreed on today. Just keep watching. Having scored 2 consecutive points and putting pressure on Minami's defense now that they know they can fake them out with his serve, the deer went right back to hammering the ball hard once again. The impact of his hand as it hits the ball echoing even louder this time somehow. The defenders somehow managed to get the ball up a little steadier this time, with Shoichi running into his position right as the serve was hit to prepare. 2 hitters on the front line, one of them being Haruki on the left, run for a quick attack. Chiro's defense immediately reacted to them despite the delay. However, the moment Chiro's defense focused on the middle and the left hitter, Shoichi quickly and precisely set the ball behind him without even looking, without the player behind him jumping on the delayed set and slamming the ball down without any opposition. Thank God we managed to get it back. I thought he'd be frustrated after the way he started, but Urata isn't faced at all. Oh, that's kinda scary. Did something amazing happen I didn't notice? I don't know if I call it amazing, but Shoichi is pretty dang consistent on the court. I'll give him that much. That he managed to send such an accurate toss without even looking shows just how much he's practiced that movement. It's a good thing they managed to get a good, solid hit in sooner rather than later. If the other team kept getting momentum, things could have gotten ugly. Although Shoichi's face doesn't show it, the way his tail is swishing back and forth tells me that he's satisfied with that play. Well, on the other hand, looking at Haruki, he already looks annoyed somehow. Is that guy going to be okay? He looks incredibly angry. So I wasn't the only one who noticed, huh? Is that because he hasn't touched the ball yet? How childish. You really seem determined to cast Haruki into the worst possible light, huh? Not that you're wrong right now, but he'll be fine. He's just impatient. Why are you defending him? Lee-chan is fine. He gets a little heated, but he won't mess up. Oh, right. I forgot that Haruki's brother was with us. I sure hope so. This is Shu-chan's last chance. Sippy sip for that. Another one. Ugh, please stop saying that. None of us want to think about it. My stomach's already tied itself into knots as it is. I don't want to be reminded of it any more than I need to. Despite their continuous back and forth, Minami manages to hold on for better than they have in previous years. While during the final match last year, we got absolutely demolished. This time, Shoichi's team is managing to hang on by the hair the entire time. At first, I was a little nervous seeing them play. Haruki very quickly proved his skill more than once by crushing the ball past the block numerous times during the first set. In fact, his mere presence on the court seemed to be a push for our team, it was a push for our team needed to close that set out, winning it 25-22 in what became the most comfortable set we've ever taken from Shiro. And that's despite the many obvious errors that they had with Shoichi trying to match his tosses up with Haruki. It's pretty clear that the two hadn't practiced together that much, so suddenly having Haruki be the team's main attacker caused problems. But whether it's due to Shoichi's skill or hard-headedness as refusing to set the ball to someone else when he considered Haruki to be the best choice, he quickly adapted to the wolf, and by the end of the first set, Haruki was grinning from ear to ear from that satisfaction. You can't fake that level of enthusiasm for the sport. For how much he tried to downplay his interest, seeing Haruki play now, I could easily tell that he's completely hooked to volleyball. And that he's good at it. I feel a little close-minded for how worried I was over their ability to play together and cooperate. Shoichi seemed a lot more amenable to accommodate Haruki than I thought he would be, and that teamwork certainly paid off. But that meant very little in the grand scheme of things. From what Shoichi has told me before, while his team is like a hammer or a spear that seeks to break through the overwhelming force and a great focus on offensive combinations, Shiro is like a shield that seeks to block and reflect everything back. Their offense isn't all that impressive other than with a few of their serves, but they consistently and tenaciously close in on everything. Little by little, Haruki's spikes started being blocked, softened, and picked up more and more. As Shiro's defense started zeroing in on the Wolf, Shuichi began spreading his sets around more evenly among his teammates to keep his offense diverse. So much so that even a couple newbie like me can tell he's doing amazing things. It's pretty quickly obvious that the two captains are the more cornerstones of their respective teams, with Shuichi running Minami's offense while the Deer runs Shiro's defense. The match evidently devolved into a contest of endurance more than anything, with each rally dragging on longer and longer to the point of frustration. Again? How many points have they gotten out of this guy's serve already? Can someone please stop that guy already? Although Shoichi and the Deer were neck and neck when it came to points scored with their serves in the earlier half of the match, Shiro, with their greater focus on defensive skill, adapted to Shoichi and Haruki's jump serves while Minami continued to struggle with the Deer's jump floater and hybrid serves. And with Haruki being effectively shut down on offense, the gap between them widened. Nichan, hang in there. Taru closed his eyes, clasping his hands together as if in prayer after Shiro's captain managed to score another point off of Haruki's failed serve receive. Once Shiro hit upon the fact that Haruki was vital to our offense and also not that good serve receiving, they started forcing him to get a lot of their serves. For most of their servers, it wasn't much of an issue as it only meant Haruki was delayed on the offense. But with the Deer, his jump serve is so fast, his jump floater so unpredictable, and his hybrid serve kept you guessing so much up until the last second that it resumed in a large point of service aces scored off of Haruki. And the mounting frustration was becoming quite apparent on the Wolf's face. Shit! Fuck! Having scored the last point they needed to win the fourth set off of Haruki, the Wolf's anger seemed to reach a boiling point as he promptly kicked over a chair as soon as the teams left the court for the timeout. Oh no. Nichan, stop that! The Wolf tried yelling out in vain as his words had no way of reaching his brother in the middle of this loud arena. They were so close too. They could only have won this set. This isn't good. Minami was leading 2-1, but now they have to go into the final set with the momentum favoring Shiro. That's a terrible situation to be in. Let's not panic, okay? They've been doing really well so far. I'm sure Shuchen will be able to think of something, right? I'm not so sure. Don't talk like that, Keikun. I'm being realistic. They've been having a harder time scoring as the match progressed. Minami's used to playing offensively and closing things out quickly. Shiro's team, on the other hand, literally trains to drag things out, get under the oppressing team's skin, and win over a war of attrition. If you ask me, it's pretty obvious which of those two teams would be the first to break. Still, you shouldn't say that. Shuichi is doing his best. It's obvious that everyone's watching that Minami's offense is operating at peak efficiency, but even then, we can't seem to meaningfully. What the hell? Shuichi is doing his best, and it's obvious that everyone watching that Minami's offense is operating at peak efficiency, but even then, we can't seem to get meaningfully ahead. Please, something has to happen to break his impasse. Watching this is torture. Nichan will do something about it. He'll. The little wolf desperately mutters more to himself than anyone else. I nod along, internally hoping that he's right. Shoichi's team has been more or less consistent when we first started at this school. If anything, the big difference maker here is Haruki. If there's anything that can change the tide here, it's him. As much as I hate to say it, or think it. The final set is to only 15 points. You'll go by in a flash if they don't manage to do something. It went by in a flash! After a dizzying combination play that saw 3 attackers coming at the ball, Shoichi sent it to Haruki on the left, with the wolf jumping high to the air and crashing the ball down with full force. However, the tall blocking wall would not be denied, somehow managing to read the play in time despite all attempts at obfuscation and mounting a triple block to shut Haruki's spike down. Minami's libero tried to get it, but the ball hit the floor before he could reach it. Oh, wait. God, how many has it been already? Haruki's play has taken a nosedive since the end of the fourth set. He's been blocked so many times this set alone. I think half of Shiro's points this set came from blocking Haruki. 12-9. This is going to be painful to watch. Then, all the players are caught by surprise and snap their heads towards the whistle when they hear it, with those of us in the audience following their gaze a second later. That's when my eyes widen in horror. Standing on the edge of the court is another Minami player holding a small plaque with the number 18 on it. Shuichi and his team instantly fall silent, their gazes shifting uncomfortably to Haruki as the wolf stares, unmoving. A substitution now? Haruki-san. After finally snapping out of it, Haruki's head hangs down as he grits his teeth in frustration, stomping his head away to the other player and grabbing his plaque from his hand. Nii-chan. I know Haruki is struggling, but isn't this terrible timing? Substituting him after he's been the core of their offense for 5 whole sets, right at the tail end of the match? This seems so reckless. Play continues afterwards, but the situation doesn't seem to get any better. As Minami's offense crumbles, Shiro's defense puts the final nails on their coffin, thoroughly shutting almost every one of their attacks down. The distance between the two teams continues to grow, and the point total reflects that. I hate this. I hate this. I don't want to keep watching this. And judging from the looks on everyone else's faces, I'd say that I'm not the only one thinking so. Even as Minami's players continue fighting valiantly to the end, many of the audience members scream and cheer even louder than before, desperately trying to motivate the players so that they can find some way to turn this awful situation around. But that chance probably won't come. 14-11, and Shiro's captain is about to serve once more. The tension and stress on the players' faces is beyond obvious. Meanwhile, when I search for Haruki on Minami's bench, I can't even see his face. He's not even watching anymore. As Shiro's captain gets into position, I instinctively count the number of steps he's taking. It's 3! At least we know for sure he'll do a jump floater. That should be helpful, right? The deer tosses the ball into the air, performing his running approach and jumping after it, lightly smacking the ball to send it hurtling towards Minami's court with that unpredictable wobble that is expected of a floater. However, the moment the ball starts flying, one thing becomes obvious. The deer has intentionally served short. The ball narrowly misses the net, dropping as soon as it gets past it, having been aimed at Shuichi of all people. He was going for the setter? Shu-chan! Shuichi raises his hands instinctively, ready to perform an overhand receive, a motion that he should be more than comfortable with any other given... a motion that he should be more comfortable with at any other given his... What the hell? Than any other... Oh, yes. A motion that he should be more comfortable with than any other given his experience as a setter. But at the last second, the ball's position shifts ever so slightly in the air. The moment it makes contact with Shoichi's hands, the ball instead flies straight into the net. Ah! No! The other players dive after the ball, trying desperately to save it. But it is impossible. As the ball falls to the floor, it bounces and rolls away as all the players freeze, staring at it in shock. For several seconds, there is complete and total silence. Then, as if breaking out of a daze, the referee's whistle announces the end of the match, and the crowd explodes into cheers almost immediately after. Urata It's like a slap to the face. Seeing the Blues like this, I can't. The teams shake each other's hands before lining up to thank the audience's members, but our group cannot muster a response. In particular, I keep glancing between Shuichi and Haruki's faces. The two seem so blank. I don't know why, but that bothers me more than if they were angry or sad. That total lack of reaction fills me with dread. I have a bad feeling. We should get going and try to catch up with Shuichi when he comes out. I think he'll need us. Agreed. While the audience claps and screams words of encouragement, the four of us quickly make our way down the bleachers and towards the exit, with Haruki's little brother lagging behind for a bit, looking uncertainly between us and the players before ultimately following. Fucking hell, did that board really need to go on and on like that? Ooh, we got a great perspective. This is Haruki. That's what I'm guessing. Fucking hell, did that Morum really need to go on and on like that? We lost. Big fucking deal. You already know all about it. You don't need to fucking lecture us on it as if we're too stupid to understand what happened. Stupid son of a bit. Right when I'm looking for a quiet place to be by myself for a bit, I see the three morons lined up in front of our locker room's door, with Taro and the other kid tagging along. Haruki-san, the hell are you what the hell are you people doing here? Although, at least I won't have to go looking for Taro, I guess. Ii-chan, are you okay? Taro looks up at me with his bright blue eyes full of concern. Oh no, sorry, Haruki perspective. Taro looks up at me with his bright blue eyes full of concern. You can't look at me like this right now. What the hell am I supposed to say when you look like this? Fucking hell, this ain't fair. Of course I'm okay. Who do you think I am? I can't make Taro worry about me. This is the best I could do right now, but I hope he'll believe me. He does like being pet, at least. You played really well, Haruki-san. I'm sorry you guys didn't. Fuck, I did? You fucking blind. Did you see me get taken out of the match? Some good I did out there. I don't even know what's the fucking point of me caring so much about this. If only I could... Fuck, no. Stop it. Don't get angry now. You fucking waste of space. Thanks. You're such a well-mannered kid. Instead, I place my other free hand on top of the kid's head, rubbing both their heads at the same time. I don't care how fucking pissed I am. The kid doesn't deserve me getting angry at him for something that ain't his fault. I'm Aki, not kid. Right. Sorry about that, Aki-kun. It's fine. Yep. He's a good kid. How can you be related to that annoying chatterbox? Makes no sense. Your brother is so confusing that it gives me a headache. Say, Haruki? Just a sec. Taro, why don't you go get a snack from the vending machine over there? Big bro needs to talk for a bit. Ii-chan, you don't have to treat me like a baby. Ugh, don't argue with me. I can't take it like that when you look at me like that. Why can't you understand that I don't want to talk to them right now with you around? I don't want to risk losing my patience and say something I should in front of you. Just, fucking damn it, just listen to me. Taro. I bark again, maybe a tad angrier than I should. Fucking get it together, you son of a... Don't talk to him like that, you bitch. Taro glances at me for a few seconds before finally looking away. Fine. Taro looks up, sticking his tongue at me one last time before running away. What a brat. The annoying one makes The annoying one makes a face at me, his eyes full of pity. I want to sock him in the mouth right then and there. But out of respect for Aki-kun, I'll keep my cool for now. Now you can talk. What do you want? What do you want? You didn't come to rub salt on the wound, did you? Did you see Shoichi? We're looking for him. Urata, why would I know where he is? Because you're on the same team? Wasn't he supposed to be with you all? Yeah, right. He barely stayed with us for 5 minutes. Said some soppy comforting shit, and then excused himself to God knows where. We're the ones that had to put up with the lecturing while he was gone. Probably couldn't stand all the sobbing either. I know I didn't. Fuck. That's Haruki still. Fuck. Just thinking about it makes me angry. You're all talking about teamwork and all that bullshit, but you bail the first chance you have. Some fucking leader you're supposed to be. I can't believe you even went to the trouble trying to... No, not right now. Great. Urata's gone MIA. So, we just sit around until he gets back, huh? I thought he was with you people. Nope. Imaginary drink. I ran out of water. Seriously, what the fuck? How did I ever believe that lying dick? Oh, how disgusting. Will you guys wait around for me? I'll be back in a bit. Wait, where are you going? To the bathroom. For real. I've been wanting to go for a while now and can't hold it in anymore. Seriously? Gross. What? You pee too? Chill. Try not to take too long, okay? We don't know when Urata will get back. Yeah, I know. I'll be quick. Okay, what the fuck was that? If that was lying, it was pathetic. How are any of these idiots buying any of this? You do know there's no way he'll actually go to the bathroom, right? You're not actually believing that crap, are you? People want privacy sometimes, you know. Aniki might not be a good, or Aniki might not be a good liar, but pretending like we believe him is a kindness. It's like he had to tell us what he's actually doing, even if we ask. For real? What the fuck kind of logic is that? A kindness? What is that even supposed to be? People aren't kind for no reason. What do you even get from that? You people make no sense. Still, I have a feeling I know what this is about. Haruki-san, where are you going? I walk past them, not having the patience to put up with all these niceties or whatever. None of your business. If you really want to do a kindness, look out for my brother till I come back. But I head down the same direction I saw that annoying yapping overgrown chihuahua disappearing into. Thankfully, I managed to memorize this scent pretty well by now. It's pretty faint, but I can follow it even in the middle of this mess. Where the fuck did that moron even go? Never been to this part of the building before. But it doesn't take long for me to also pick up the scent of another, even bigger bastard. I know it. He knows where that asshole is, doesn't he? Probably hiding away so he doesn't have to deal with that taking care of that stupid team of his or whatever. Fuckwad doesn't even care about losing. He was all smiles and praise and shit. Was that really someone I worked so hard for? Fucking believable. I come to a stop in front of some random door. Based on the strong chemical smell, I'm guessing there's a blench. I'm guessing there's bleach and cleaning supplies or some shit. What the fuck even are they? There's two fuckwads boning. Is that what this shit is about? I swear to God, if they are, I'm gonna wreck some shit. And I'm gonna wreck them. Sorry. I reach for the door handle to give them a piece of my mind, but weird squeaky sound catches my attention and makes me stop. Don't know why, but I wait for a second, trying to figure out what the fuck I just heard. That wasn't moaning, was it? Then it happens again. Blubbering, incoherent gasping noises. At first, I think they are really fucking, but as it happens again and again, I have to readjust myself. Wait. That's crying. I really want to win. I know. As soon as I make sense of what I'm hearing, my whole body tenses up. Instinctively, I lean back against the wall, perking my ears up so I can hear better. It's the unmistakable sound of sobbing. And those voices. Work in progress. This looks so good. I let them hold down. They were counting on me, and I made so many mistakes. And now I'm never get to play with them again. You didn't let anyone down. Stop saying that. Everyone kept working your hardest until the end because of you. So how can you say you let them down? I should have been a better captain. I should have done better. Please. No, you did everything you could. Don't talk about yourself like that. I didn't do everything I could. You're right. I was being petty. I wasn't being a good captain. Look at the way I've been treating Haruki. If it wasn't for him, we'd never have gotten that far. And Shoichi? Are you fucking kidding me? I didn't want to hear this. What the fuck are you... Why are you bringing me into this? You can't. I wanted to win. I wanted to win. I wanted to win you. I wanted to win with them. I wanted to keep playing with them. This team. Keep playing volleyball. Then why can't you? Then why can't you? You clearly love volleyball, so why don't you? I can't. I don't want to quit. You. But I have to. I promise I quit once we're done with the inter-high tournament. For good or bad. I have to study for the college entrance exams now. I promised. I promised. Why the fuck would you promise something like that? If you love volleyball and you want to keep playing, then you should. Our teachers wouldn't approve of it either. Who cares what they think? You should do what you want to do. You. Stop it. Stop. I don't want to hear this shit. What the fuck? My legs won't move. Why won't my legs move? Fucking listen to me, you worthless pieces of... I love volleyball. I never wanted to stop playing it. I never wanted to stop playing at you. Stop. Then don't. I have to. My dad says I have to. I can't go against what he wants you. His fucking kidding me? Not you too. What he wants doesn't matter. You wouldn't understand, you. Your family's too good. You don't have to. Stop! Stop! Stop, 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 stop! Stop! What the fuck is this shit? Why are you... You don't... Ugh, I just did... Fuck! Not even the stinging in my palms is enough to clear my mind right now. What the fuck am I even doing? What the fuck is even the point of... Stop it! Stop crying! Stop talking like... I don't want to hear it! Don't make me feel bad for you. Don't make me... God, I can't! Let me keep thinking of you as an asshole, damn it! Let me keep seeing you as the son of a bitch who always lies and doesn't actually care about any of us. I need to. I need it. Please. Thank you, you. Really. Thank you for being here for me. I'm really thankful you're my friend. Shoichi. But still. Even if you say it was my fault, I can't stop thinking of what I could have done better. I can't stop thinking of how I could have done more. How I should have done more. You. How do I stop it? How do I stop thinking these things? Oh. Stop it. That's not. It's nothing you did. I should be the one to... I should have scored more points. I shouldn't have gotten blocked so much. If only I hadn't lost my cool. Why aren't you blaming me? I sucked so bad I had to be taken out of the game. So why? What was I even here for? What the fuck was the point of being allowed to play if I couldn't even help us win? Fucking waste of space! Why are you even here if you can't do that much? Why are you here if you can't even do that much? Useless! You have to get away from here. Can't take this anymore. God, I don't want to hear this shit anymore. I ran until I knocked into a wall at the end of the corridor. I don't even care if someone sees me. I don't even care anymore. So disgusting. When I look down at my hands, I see puncture marks left by my claws. Fresh blood still dripping down from them in between my fingers. I need more of it. Just this much pain isn't enough to clear my mind. This fucking shit! I punched the wall so hard that my knuckles immediately go numb. They're so fucking bad that I want to scream. But I don't care. I don't care. Shit! Keep punching the wall until I hear something crack. I don't even know if it came from the wall or from my hand. When I look up, I see blood smeared on the wall. Checking my hand again, my knuckles are all bloody and messed up. Would be surprised if I broke something. But I don't give a shit about it. It hurts. It hurts so fucking bad that I feel my eyes want to well up with tears. But I hold back. I need it right now. At least the pain cuts through the ball of anger in my hand and helps me think clearly. I learned that years ago. I had to. So I welcome it. I welcome the pain, since it's my oldest, truest friend. Thank you for setting me straight right now. What the fuck is wrong with me? How did I mess shit up so bad? I came to this school for one reason. How the fuck did I manage to fuck that up that much? How the fuck did I end up here? I eventually leaned back against the wall, letting myself slide down to the floor like a pathetic wimp that I am. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? I should probably clean my hand before I go back. Taro will worry if he sees me like this. I wonder if I could get checked without anyone noticing. Mom will throw a fit if she sees it. I don't want to see her panicking like that again. She shouldn't have to panic anymore now that that worthless piece of trash is gone. So what am I doing making her worry all the fucking time? Like father, like son, huh? Oh man. He said the thing that JoJo's reference. Guess we both suck. Oh, that was so good. Oh man, what an update. It's probably one of my favorite updates. At least as of late, because I don't remember what happened before that. Or, well, I mean, I do, but it's like so far in the back of my head. It's hard to remember then. But, man, this hit me like a truck. Whew. Here comes the daddy issues. Hey guys, you've reached the current end of this Haruki build. I hope you've enjoyed what you managed to play so far, and I hope you managed to enjoy me timestamping this quickly. Alright, that was the end of the readings so far. As you guys may or may not already know, all development in Tennis Ace is possible thanks to all my amazing patrons and other supporters who make it possible for me to dedicate this time to work on the game, as well as commission the art for it. If you haven't already, and if you're able, maybe you can consider help to support us too. Just click here, links in the description, and you'll be taken right to my Patreon page. Once again, thank you all, and we'll see each other with the next demo. Gosh, it was tear-jerking, but I wasn't like tear-jerked in the way where I got physical tears. I just felt really hollow like Haruki. Like, really just felt that emptiness. Like, I had a similar emptiness when I had my last volleyball game. We were down in, I was about to say the location IRL, whoops. But it was a team like that where it was like, they're really good defensively, and this was like the big round to make it to like basically the final level, the state championship rounds and all that, and just one round short, and it was like, could have done something better, and just ruined at the end. But yeah, just did not work out for us, and everybody was really distraught by it. Some people were in tears, and actually, I don't remember exactly, but it was like something where everybody was just really wrecked by it, and just especially because it was the first time we had made playoffs in like half a decade or more. It was really a long drought for us. But I felt this kind of feeling of emptiness, like a weight had been lifted off of me, just because it felt like something was going to change in life. Like, I didn't have volleyball anymore. There might be something else for me in life. But at the same time, it felt like I lost that. I really felt really lost with what my life was going to be. And that was just really, it wasn't heart-wrenching in the way you would expect, but it was just really still just emotionally hard-hitting. I can't describe it any other way. yeah, that's really well described. I mean, this update really well described it. So, yeah, Haruki's Day 13, 14, and 15 really hits you like a truck. But yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed. Also, I really don't get it. Like, chat revenue is kind of funky. It only gives me, like, maybe Australian dollars or more? I don't know how it works. But, yeah, it's like, it's less than what was given in that singular donation. Might just be YouTube also kind of doing a split. I think they do 70-30. Something weird. Yeah, I mean, Twitch has been a bit worse, but at least Twitch is a lot better for interactivity. Sorry, random tangent, but I'm really glad we got to see this part with Haruki. And I don't know if this is going to be a side route in that when we have the Haruki side route, we end up bouncing back to Shoichi, and then we just do Shoichi, or if it will continuously be Haruki. I'm not sure, but I really am loving the character growth. I feel like the character growth is honestly the biggest in this one so far. Jun's, I'd probably say would be second most. Honestly, they all have a decent amount, I'd say, compared to second, third, and fourth, but so far, hands down, there's been a lot of character development with this at this rate. Like, if it keeps going at this rate, I really think this is gonna be the biggest growth in characters for all of them. I'm just listing down days 13, 14, and 15 for anybody who does not catch this and we're like, what days did we play? There we go, save. Yeah, so good luck on your, whatever you're catching up on. Time to watch Demon Slayer. Infinity Train. Oh gosh, you're making yourself feel pain. Why do you do this to yourself? Also, before everybody goes, don't run, don't go. I would raid somebody, but this is not Twitch. I have a Twitch. Twitch.tv/DirkThePanda. No spaces. And I also will stream an occasional visual novel or two, even collab with a few people on visual novels. And also just do a bunch of miscellaneous gaming shit, besides visual novels. And that is what I do on Twitch, so a bunch of fun antics, plus you get to interact with me more with channel points and all, so I might also transition more to Twitch, so be on the lookout for that in the future. So sorry if, YouTube is becoming a little more sporadic, but yes, I'm glad to have seen y'all here. And yes, the one last thing, Ocean Avenue got panned by visual novel. Ocean Avenue, the update's coming out on Sunday is the plan. It should be out by Sunday. I released Patreon update, and yeah. So, gonna do that, and you can follow the link to that in my link tree. All my social medias, all my Ocean Avenue stuff, my Discord link, all that's in the link tree. Just put it in one link, make it easy. Ugh. Yeah. But thank you all for coming. This was really nice, and really great that I got to show this with y'all. So yeah, I will be ending things here. I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna do it. Watch out, Chad. I'm gonna do it. Yeah. I have not much else to say, so I'll try my best with this outro. As always, I appreciate y'all coming. Thank y'all so much for watching. And remember, good vibes bring good times. Take care, folks.